Good afternoon. Oh, working perfectly. We're very glad to start the, so to say, last but not least, and I hope last this year, but not the next and after next year, session, open lecture. And I'm glad to see you all coming to Kaunas University of Technology. We had the previous 2 wonderful lectures. I'm just curious, who have participated in 2 previous lectures? Could you please lift the hand? Wow, so it's quite a continuation, I have to say. So what was your satisfaction level? If you are very, very satisfied, lift your both hands. Okay, so actually those who attend all lectures are really satisfied. So I'm sure today we will have final this year and very interesting open lecture. And we are glad you are here. We're glad our visitors are here. And I really pass the microphone to Gediminas to continue introduce the speakers, and let's have fun.
Great, thank you, Asta. Well, as we are, I'm really glad, to see people coming back to the lecture series. But as we are here, also having in the real time, as we are broadcasting on YouTube, we have visitors, so who are not necessarily were attending the previous lectures online. So I will start from introducing myself. My name is Gediminas Urbonas. I am a professor at the MIT program in Art, Culture and Technology. And it's a great pleasure to welcome you to the 3rd and the last of the ZOOETICS lecture series, where we are seeking to unpack, reevaluate, and recombine the notions of Anthropocene, nature, and interspecies. And I would like to thank our partners here in Lithuania, Kaunas Technology University, and Asta Punziner and Violeta Kaunelienė personally for helping to achieve this amazing starting point in our future collaboration. Also, I would like to thank our funders, MITA, that is Agency for Science, Innovation and Technology, Lithuanian Cultural Council, and also the EU Frontiers in Retreat program, project, and also a person with whom all this amazing collaboration was initiated, curator Taru Elfing from Finland, who is here also with us. Last but not the least, I would like to thank my partner, Nomeda Urbonas, Victoria Šiaulytė, freelance curator and also researcher at UTempus Interdisciplinary Art Program. The podcast of this lecture will be online, as I mentioned, on our website, ZOOETICS.net. We invite you to interact and with the project as it develops through the time as we are building, and part of that it is evolving glossary that is common ground for the artists, scientists, researchers, designers, and all the other people coming from different disciplinary backgrounds. As I mentioned, we are streaming this lecture in the real time, so you can also tweet your questions or your comments. Those who are watching online, they would find a place, right? Hashtag ZOOETICS. The format for this session is that we will have presentation of our first speaker tonight, Timothis Mortonas, and Tim will take 2 quick questions from the audience after that. Then we will have a 45-minute presentation by Jae Rhim Lee, and Jae Rhim Lee will similarly take 5 minutes for the short questions. After that, we have 20-minute break, coffee break, and the coffee will be served just there. And then we have final presentation by Territorial Agency, Ann-Sofi Rönnskog and J.R.Lee Palmesino, Research Architecture Practice, based at AA in London. Finally, there will be a 30-minute panel discussion between the speakers, you the audience, and myself and my colleague, Dr. Tracy Ward, research scientist from Oxford Brookes University, who will moderate the discussion during the panel. The lectures and the panel will be in English, and it will end at 5 p.m. I would also remind you to please turn off your cell phones and mobile devices or anything that you carry that may interrupt your colleagues and everybody who try to focus and contribute to this discussion. Thank you. So I'm delighted to welcome Timothis Mortonas, who is a scholar of Romantic literature at Rice University. His books, including Dark Ecology, Hyper Objects, and Nature Without a Nature, Ecology Without a Nature, sorry, I'm always making this mistake between, and perhaps that would be extremely helpful, you know, when Timothy will help us all to understand, you know, all these slippages between the ecology and nature. And those books are leading international debate on ecology and philosophy, and he is going to tell us tonight the concept that, you know, of nature is dangerous, right? Timothy, welcome. Please help me, join me in welcoming Timothis Mortonas.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. That was awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. And oh look, this is me now. Look. Okay, so let's get this right. Somewhat. Hello, everybody. So I think it might be my job to give the organisers, and in particular Gediminas, a massive round of applause at this point. Thank you so much. I'm so touched to have been invited to this. It's really, really helped me. And what I'm going to do right now is from this book that, or it's not exactly from the book, but it's like a paraphrase from this book that I'm just finished, called Dark Ecology. And you're like the second group of people who's ever heard me do this. There's only 3 other people on Earth who's actually heard this. Björk, Nick, and Dirk are their names. They all end in a K, and 2 of them rhyme. I don't understand that. Okay, so in this talk I shall argue that nature is a human construct. It's a human construct in 2 ways. Firstly, nature is a concept that inhibits actual understanding of life forms and their coexistence. This coexistence is what is often called environment. Secondly, nature, as periodic cycling of Earth systems, is a physical product of human intervention in these systems, an intervention that eventually gives rise to the Anthropocene and its global warming and mass extinction. Nature is not simply an incorrect concept, it's a dangerous concept. I don't believe in nature, but this doesn't mean I don't believe in beings like coral. Indeed, I think my not using the concept nature allows me to believe in coral much more, and I'm going to try to explain why. So let's start by trying to define our terms without stepping into that. Let's define nature first. At least let's try. Okay, nature is coral and dinosaurs, but not aircraft, and my neighbours next door. Well, not my neighbours next door. We soon realize that if we do it this way, nature is normative. That is to say, the concept nature must be, by definition, excluding all kinds of things that aren't natural, which is to say, by definition, nature can't cover everything in existence. But one strong sense of nature is that it covers everything in existence, so we have a contradiction. we tend to think that nature is what isn't contradictory. It's nature. It just is what it is. This means that there is a boundary around it, so not all beings can be nature. When we call something unnatural, it means that nature is bounded in some way. Again, it's normative. It's telling you how to think and act. It's prescriptive. It belongs to the realm of ethics, not to the realm of ontology. If everything is nature, then the concept totally loses all definition. So when we're saying nature, we just can't be saying reality, right? So let's not confuse this with saying that there is no physical nature. We're talking about language here, yeah? But I do believe that problems with language are often symptoms of problems with concepts of reality, which implies that physical reality isn't quite how we're thinking it. Let's think of our list. How many items do we need to convey nature? There's a big fundamental problem. Not one of those terms is itself nature. We only get what in rhetoric are called metonymies, parts of nature or components of it or beings we find within it. Nature will never arrive at the end of the list. Like Godot, nature is always coming but never arriving. Nature is in the future of the sentence. But very strictly, nature is supposed to be the ground of our existence. It's where we come from. Yet we're saying that it's off the end of a never-ending sentence full of things that are pointing to nature but aren't exactly nature as such. It's transcendental in some way. And it's off in the future. In fact, it is the future. It will never arrive in the actual list, but it's implied by the list. Nature, when we speak it, is futural. It is not yet. But this just isn't what nature is supposed to be. It's supposed to be here already. We express it or we don't in our very physical being. So when we say something is natural, we're strictly saying that it has a quality that is not yet speakable and is only definable in a never-ending series of beings that aren't exactly that quality as such. That a thing has a futural dimension that just can't be collapsed into linear time, which in its turn means that nature isn't very useful for the only thing we've just found it's made for, that is, it's not so useful as a normative concept. There is a radical uncertainty in the very term nature that makes it unnatural, if by natural, one of the things we mean is that a thing doesn't contradict itself. The normative force of nature gets the wind taken out of its sails in a very drastic way. So, okay, let's imagine for a moment that we've done an impossible thing. Let's imagine that we've fully described nature. In other words, we've reached the end of our never-ending list, because this is how we have to define it, right? We can't just say nature is nature. Okay, so we have this huge list and we've defined it. Now let's make a sentence with it. I am part of nature. We hear the energy of this sentence, I am part of nature, in something that I call ecomimesis, which is the rhetoric of nature speak, of evoking the natural, especially in what is called nature writing. Now the trouble with this sentence is that the I who is saying I am part of nature is not quite part of nature. If we take part of to mean inside nature, which seems fairly reasonable, then the I who is saying I am part of nature must exactly coincide with the I about whom it is said I am part of nature. There is an exact overlap, and this is strictly impossible, because if there was a complete overlap between the I that is announcing and the I that is enunciated, the sentence would disappear. The I that is doing the announcing is structurally different from the I who is being described. If you take away that difference, then there just is no sentence, just a blank. Of course, some nature writers actually see this danger, and so their writing tends towards some kind of blank. But then they're not conveying nature, they're conveying a blank, which in the end is also a piece of paper, or whatever inscribable surface we're talking about, say a pixelated screen. Something that isn't the writing as such is included in talking about the writing. There can be no marks without inscribable surfaces, but this inclusion is weird, because in some way the writing ignores the inscribable surface and the writing tools. You can write the sentence in chalk or in pen or on a wall or a piece of paper or whatever, and it remains the same. So the sentence isn't part of what it's written on, yet this sentence is talking about being part of everything. The condition of the sentence as a sentence contradicts what it's talking about. It becomes even more clear if we have a sentence like, this sentence is part of nature. Hang on. The elixir of life. fundamentally the sentence isn't telling the truth. So again, the idea that nature is what doesn't contradict and is therefore true evaporates. The very thing we're trying to assert disappears when we try to assert it. So eco-mimetic sentences say things like, as I write this, I am immersed in nature, right? Edward Abbey, right? I'm writing, I'm in the desert, ignore my wife who's actually writing this. That was an Edward Abbey joke, sorry. Please laugh. Thank you. As I write this, I'm immersed in nature is never quite as true as they want to be, which means that in order to say what they're saying, they must try to block or ignore or suppress a basic structural feature of sentences and of writing more generally and of meaning, and I'm going to argue of actual physical objects. What they're ignoring is a necessary vital ambiguity. They're trying to have a perfect loop between the positing subject and what's being posited, but a perfect loop wouldn't be a loop because there needs to be a twist in the loop, necessarily. I'm going to sort of sketch. There has to be a difference between saying this sentence and the sentence about which it is said. The sentence, this sentence is in nature, is actually most like the sentence, this sentence is false, which is a really virulent, powerful version of what we call the liar paradox. It's both true and false at the same time. Again, defying the so-called law of non-contradiction. This means that we are also saying this sentence is totally unambiguous, but a totally unambiguous sentence can't exist. Discovering that descriptions of nature must be fundamentally ambiguous was my early book project on ecology, called Ecology Without Nature. Get a minute. So now you don't have to read it, right? Thank God, yeah. I haven't. When we talk about ecology, we're not talking about a totally unambiguous normative being or standard. We're really talking about the totality of life forms on this planet and their interrelations. We're talking about this at least, and usually we're also talking about geology and electromagnetic shields and so on and so on. This means that we can't be talking about nature. To mean anything, it must transcend physical reality, but that's exactly what we're aiming to talk about. We're trying to talk about physical reality. Therefore, forms of environmental writing that take ambiguity into account, for instance, the nature-artifice distinction isn't thin or rigid, but full of weird, ambiguous beings and so on, is better. It's better because it's more honest. So that was basically what I'm arguing in that first project. So in my next project, I showed that this necessary ambiguity in writing about ecology was to do with the necessary ambiguity about ecological beings themselves. This was the book, The Ecological Thought. Just as we can't tell where the concept nature starts or stops, we can't tell where a life form starts or stops. This not being able to tell is precisely the condition of possibility for Charles Darwin's Origin of Species, and in fact his entire body of work, right? So he could have put, if only he'd been able to use emoticons, right? Because if he'd been able to put a wink at the end of the Origin of Species title, it would be so easy to understand, right? There are no species, and yet there are, yeah? And they have no origin, and yet they do. You just can't tell, he argues, between a variant and a monstrosity when you really get down to a mutation by mutation level. You can't tell in advance. You can only tell backwards. Something about a life form, just like something about a sentence, is futural. It is not yet, which is not the same as saying that it doesn't exist at all. It weirdly exists. It exists in as much of a sense of that kind of word as what existentialists mean when they talk about human being or Dasein. A life form is a stranger, that's my term. Even if you know everything about it, you haven't exhausted its strangeness, and it's strange in a weird way. You radically can't predict what it is, yet it's really specific and definite. In other words, you've got coral, and it's not cats. Obviously, there are cats, right? A toaster is not an octopus. Can we agree? Can we agree on that? Good, thank you. You're not Deleuzians, then? Okay. Thank you for laughing. It's very good for my ego. You can't predict what it is, yet it's very specific and definite. It's a coral polyp, not a penguin. So I've gone on to say the reason life forms are like that they weirdly exist, is because all beings weirdly exist. And this is why ecological awareness is in a loop. Just like ecological writing must have some kind of loop form, so being aware of ecology, and in particular of the current ecological crisis, has the form of a loop. Ecological awareness has the form of a loop, because ecological beings have the form of a loop, because beings at all have the form of a loop. We all look like that. That's my cute Ouroboros. They all look really scary online. I got my friend to draw me a cute one. He's really happy to be sucking his tail, yeah. After all, when we try to draw a line around ecological beings, we can't. A penguin implies coral, which implies the biosphere, which implies Earth's magnetic shield, which implies the solar system, and so on and so on. Ecological awareness has the form of a loop. It's like when the detective finds out that he's one of the criminals that he's seeking. There is a fascinating Oedipal melancholy about this loop. Ecological awareness is uncanny in other ways. To a very large extent, it comes from needing to think on more than one scale at once. Now, I'm not going to go into this slide, but maybe in the Q&A, not the short one, because I'll go on about it for hours and it'll suck, but in the longer one, this is like, we'll go back there to kind of like prove what I'm saying, or something. Indeed, thinking ecology means a derangement of scale. We don't know which scale is the right one anymore, the scale from which other things can be assessed accurately. Let's look at a raindrop with a stupid cut mark on it. The uncanniness has a profound effect on art. Since there is no one scale to rule them all, no one scale from which to judge everything properly, for instance, the human scale set by Kant's aesthetics, for instance, then all art slips into the condition of the dreaded kitsch, that fringe of pleasure and disgust that haunts the pristine avant-garde artwork with remainders of the human body and the physicality of non-humans, including the products and objects we use but tend to ignore, especially if we think we're being sophisticated. A disturbing pleasure seeps back in, and something like a new form of irony, which isn't about achieving escape velocity from the realm of things, but rather the strange awareness of being caught in things. So here's something that I think is pretty evocative of the problem of thinking about ecology, and the problem of scale. Okay. Yeah. Hey, stop. Yeah. So the video for the techno group Orbital's The Box is a miracle of juxtaposed timescales. A dancer, played by Tilda Swinton, holds a position for a very long time. A camera films her and what happens around her. Then the film is sped up so that the dancer appears to be walking, while the cars and people rush around her at breakneck speed. The physical difficulty of the dancer's role alone is breathtaking. This difficulty performs the difficulty of thinking on more than one scale at once, the thinking that ecological awareness demands. The dancer stops outside a cheap electronics store. She watches televisions in the window, unbeknownst to the passers-by, because it's happening on such a slow timescale relative to them, secret messages are flashing on the screen. It is as if the lonely woman only can see them as she functions in a temporality sufficiently large to read the messages, which perhaps to others appear only as tiny fragments, right? There's the list of them there. Remember Earth clearly, plastic, this is in order, right? And I had to do frame by frame to read these. Remember Earth clearly, plastics never disintegrate. Remember Earth clearly, grow flowers. That was maybe the only one that didn't really suck. Monsters exist. Remember Earth clearly, plastics never disintegrate. Monsters exist. Plastics never disintegrate. And we lost the top of the screen there. Bad, way, world, damaged, battered, wilted, planet, frayed, garbage, worn out, used up, dust bowl, stained, compromised, earth, wake up, monsters exist. It's a sinister, paranoid moment. And it's evidently a moment of ecological awareness. What is the monster, actually, that is existing here? Monsters exist. Yeah? I think Sophocles nailed it, pretty much. The second chorus of Antigone, yeah? Of the many disturbing beings, man is the most disturbing. And why, says Sophocles? Because he plows. That's the main central image of that chorus, is the ploughing, right? Imagine seeing totally, and we'll go back to that in a minute, imagine seeing totally in more than one timescale. Just as geology and climate science think on more than one. Imagine for a moment that the phenomenon-thing gap were closed. In other words, imagine that really you could see what things really were, that you didn't just have data, right? Imagine that, right? This is precisely what the girl is doing in the video. She perceives the phrase monsters exist on a television screen that no one could see because they would require the scaled-up temporality of which he's living to see it. This is like being able to see what I call hyperobjects. You know, things that are so big and so massively distributed in space and time that you can't see or touch them because you're like a this size 3D human being, right? But nevertheless they exist, right? Global warming would be a good example, right? You can feel and you can see and touch rain, right? But you can't see and touch global warming. But it exists, right? And you can prove that it exists because it's downwardly causal on things like rain, right? It makes it rain and not rain, right? It's one of the properties of a thing that exists is that it is downwardly causal on its parts, right? But in a way, you're already doing that, living on more than one time scale. Ecological awareness is disorienting precisely because of these multiple scales, right? It's what we all have to deal with right now, is this disorientation feeling. So we do have a sense that there are monsters. There's a huge elephant in the room, maybe a monster elephant, yeah. And you are a cone in one of its eyes. When you are sufficiently creeped out by the human species that you're a member of, in other words, you're a part of a hyperobject, actually. You can't see or touch the human species either, but it's real, right? If you think you can see or touch it, then you're some kind of racist or something like that, right? But you can't, yeah? But it exists. Yeah, because we're not dolphins, and we cause global warming, not dolphins, right? When you're sufficiently creeped out by the human species, you see something even bigger than the Anthropocene looming in the background, hiding in plain sight in all kinds of art the piles of fruit in the supermarket, the gigantic parking lots. What on earth is this structure that looms even larger than the age of steam and oil? Isn't it enough that we have to deal with cars and drills? Hardy provides a writer like Thomas Hardy, for instance, in his prose, if you've ever read it, provides a sufficiently widescreen way of seeing this agricultural production, sufficient, that is, to glimpse in his description not only the immiseration of women in particular as parts of that production, and the rural working class in general in the later Victorian period, but also the gigantic machinery of agriculture, machinery before the Industrial Revolution, before the Agricultural Revolution, the machine that is agriculture as such. Without doubt, industrial-scale agribusiness is now responsible for an alarming amount of global warming emissions. But before, I see the Minister of Environment has just left. But before the web of fate began to be woven on a power loom, machinery was what was already whirring away. I call this 10,000, actually 12,000 year machination agri-logistics. The time of a certain logistics of agriculture that arose in the Fertile Crescent and literally ploughed ahead. It went viral, eventually requiring steam engines and industry to endure. Logistics, because it's a technical, planned, and perfectly logical approach to built space. Logistics, because it proceeds without the need, so it thinks, for stepping back and rethinking the implicit logic. Agri-logistics. An agricultural program so successful that it now dominates agricultural techniques planet-wide. It arose in the Fertile Crescent over 12,000 years ago. The program creates a hyperobject, global agriculture, the granddaddy hyperobject, the first one made by humans and the one that has sired many more. Toxic from the beginning to humans and other life forms, it is now responsible for a huge amount of global warming. It led to industry, the other huge global warming factor. It operates blindly, just like a computer program. Indeed, the homology is tight, since algorithms are now instrumental in increasing the reach of agri-logistics. Big data makes bigger farms. Agri-logistics promises to eliminate anxiety and contradiction, social, physical, ontological, by establishing thin, rigid boundaries between human and non-human worlds, and by reducing existence to sheer quantity. Though toxic, it's been wildly successful, because the program is deeply compelling. Agri-logistics is the smoking gun behind the literally smoking gun responsible for the 6th mass extinction event. A very brief example of the scope and reach of agri-logistics will do. Europeans tolerate milk because a genetic mutation was encouraged to flourish within a few thousand years of those original Fertile Crescent farmers who had already reduced the lactose content in their cow's milk. With this mutation, agri-logistics spread wildly, wiping out indigenous European human societies. The tools we have for analyzing such things are not capable of functioning at the appropriate scale because they themselves are compromised products of agri-logistics itself. The nature-culture split is the result of a nature-agriculture split. After all, colo, cultum pertains to growing crops. Or rather, agri-logistics, which creates the necessarily violent and arbitrary difference between itself and what it conquers or delimits, the confusions and endless pettifogging distinctions arising therefrom, right, like, is it natural or cultural, that sort of problem, are thus well within agri-logistical conceptual space. In other words, all those debates are happening inside agri-logistics, not despite it or outside it, right? Problem, yeah? A climate catastrophe about 12,500 years ago pushed humans to find a solution to their anxiety concerning where the next meal was coming from. It was the reverse of the thaw after the Ice Age. A drought lasting more than 1,000 years compelled humans to travel farther. It happened that in the Fertile Crescent of Mesopotamia, barley and wheat were growing wild beneath the trees. The same can be said for rice growing in China, corn, squash, and beans growing in America, and sorghum and yam in Africa. Significantly, the taro crop of New Guinea is hard to harvest and low in protein, not to mention hard to plant. You have to do it one by one. So the farmers in the highlands of New Guinea never moved on, from hunter-gathering. The taro cannot be broadcast. So many terms from agri-logistics have become terms in media, field, among them, not to mention the development of that very significant medium, writing. Humans in Mesopotamia set up villages with granaries. The storage and selection of grain exerted evolutionary pressure upon it. Humans and grain co-evolved. Grain was selected for its tastiness, ease of harvesting, and so on. Scaled up, this pressure was vast. 9,000 years ago, humans began to domesticate animals to mitigate seasonal variations in game, to keep the kettle boiling, as it were, the kettle of agri-logistics. Now, the number of domesticated animals now far outweighs, literally outweighs, the number of non-domesticated ones. Humans represent roughly 32% of vertebrate biomass, right? Like, if you have a backbone, the amount of you on the planet, yeah, 32% of that is human. The other 65% of vertebrate biomass is creatures we keep to eat. Vertebrate wildlife counts for 3%, right? So crocodiles, lions, blah, 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 right? That's 3% of vertebrate biomass, right? Everything else, 97% of it, is moo cows, right? And sheep and us, yeah? You see the slight problem there. The term cattle speaks to this immensity and to a too easy ontology humming away in its background. Actually, I found out quite recently, it's quite obvious, like cattle, chattel, obviously, the feminist etymology work there, but also capital, cattle, chattel, capital, it's the same word, right? This agri-logistical boiling is done for its own sake. There were no other great reasons, actually, and I can kind of prove why, but not now, yeah? Not in the short Q&A. This loop, reminding one of the aestheticism of art for art's sake, is strange and compelling. It is, as it were, an aestheticism of utility, an aestheticism of the non-aesthetic. A non-aesthetic intrinsic to agri-logistical production, since humans evolved wheat, for instance, for minimal flowers and maximal nutrition, right? You know, so why are the arts and humanities badly funded? Because of agri-logistics. It's simple. Get rid of it. Then we can have more money, yeah? The idea that humans began civilization here is a retroactive positing par excellence, as if civilization had emerged like the goddess Athena from the head of the human without any support, without coexistence. Civilization was a collaboration between humans and wheat, humans and rock, humans and soil, out of something like desperation spread over long tracts of time. The human hyperobject, the human as geophysical species, became a machine for the generation of hyperobjects. We are living in one now, global warming. Precisely because of this, civilizations are inherently fragile. Just as World War II was the viral code that broke the computation of a certain imperialism, one wonders whether global warming will be the viral code that breaks the machinations of a certain neoliberal capitalism. One wonders. And in the face of this, I believe in coral. I guess someone has to. Thank you very much. Yeah, please.
In thinking about ecology.
Yeah.
In thinking about ecology, is it on?
Underneath button.
In thinking about ecology, the role of language and literature is perhaps not the first thing that you think about in trying to tackle the issues that you're tackling. So I wondered if you could say something about obviously it's important for you. I wonder if you could say something more about that.
Before I answer, how much time do we really have? How much of the 45 minutes have I done?
Yeah,
we have time. Don't say that to me. You have to stop me.
10
Okay,
minutes.
got 10 minutes. Oh my God, I've got all the time in the world. So okay, yeah. Apart from the fact that I'm an English literature scholar, that's how I trained, right? I trained to understand words and how to read stuff and poems and all that, you know. Funnily enough, I was in the same class as the British Chancellor of the Exchequer. You know, he never ever paid attention. Well, the Edward Thomas reading poetry class. You can say that about him. He's like a C literature student. Also maybe D economics, you know, I think, maybe. Never studied economics at school. Literature, why? Right, okay, so I think the premise of the question, isn't it, is that we think of language as like this superficial thing that's like floating on top of stuff that's real, right? We think of language in the same way that we think of like little sprinkles of candy that we put on top of rather boring cupcakes to make them look good. They don't even taste good, do they, those candy sprinkles? They look colourful, but they don't really taste of anything. Yeah, there's a thing in America called the Easy Bake Oven. You know, it's made by Mattel, right? It's like a children's toy. Yeah, and you put this kind of stuff, it's stuff, right? Aristotelian term, into this little container, and you stick it in the oven, and it goes through this weird process, and it comes out quite quickly as something that looks rather like a lump of cake, you know, to a very blind person. And then you take some kind of decorative stuff and you sort of sprinkle it on, right? I think the basic problem, you know, one of the things that agri-logistics enforces is an implicit ontology of that, which is what we call, you know, the substance accidents ontology, right? Or as I prefer to call it, the easy think substance, right? Just like the easy bake oven. Like it's easy to think this, right? Things are basically lumps of like bleh, they're just lumps of something, right? Decorated with accidents, right? So the fact that things are like purple and female and having brown hair, right, and an elephant's trunk are irrelevant, right? What they really are lumps, right, that just happen to have those accidental properties. And we call those accidental properties aesthetic, right? Aesthetic, right? And so this means ... people like me who do study art and literature don't get taken seriously because we just study the candy. You know, please give me some more money, just a little tiny bit, like to do some more candy making, please, Mr. Corporation, you know. I'll be very polite, you know. I just provide the sort of candy for the scientific factoids, right? That's what I'm supposed to do, you know. And I can't tell you the number of scientists who like, please do some PR for me, you know. No, sorry, no. So, you know, how do we think differently from that, right? How we think differently from that is that how a thing appears is intrinsically, necessarily, irreducibly entwined with what it is, right? In a loop, so that you can't separate, right? Like this raindrop, right? There's no dotted line on a raindrop. No, yes. This is Immanuel Kant, right? You can feel raindrops, but you can't know actual raindrops. You can't access the actual raindrop. All you have is raindrop data, right? You have the wetness and the coldness splashing on you, right? But you don't have the actual raindrop. Nevertheless, there really are raindrops, and they really are raindroppy, right? They're not gumdroppy, you know, which is a bit of a shame, you know, if you're expecting gumdrops to fall into your mouth. It's not that, right? Raindrops are raindroppy, but we don't have raindrops, right? There's no convenient dotted line on an object telling you where the appearance stops and the essence of it, the being of it, existence of it starts, right? Most Western philosophy is trying to find that dotted line and cut, right? Why? Because implicit in agri-logistics is this idea that appearance is superficial, right? We just want pure substance. We want more stuff, right? And another implicit ethics from that is that existing is always better than any quality of existing, right? Think about the paradox of that. It's always better to have trillions of people living at what Agamben calls bare life, right? Or what my friend Derek Parfit calls the bad level, right? Like near to death. It's always better to have trillions of people living near to death than to have billions of people living in a state of total ecstasy, permanent. That's absolutely peculiar, isn't it? But that's basically where we're at socially, because we don't take appearance seriously enough.
Thank you. One more question? We have time, if there is one. Yes.
Well, nature and culture are a false distinction in this model, right? What we have instead is agri-logistics, which is like a kind of algorithmical process, right? start the field, settle down, don't do any more nomadic hunter-gathering. This is my field, it's my property, I'm the king, I can grow what I want on it. You know, the field is the basic model of the easy think substance. You know, fallow, wheat, barley, nothing. It's still the same thing no matter how it appears, right? And within that, you know, we can plan, you know, very, 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 very small depression-sized temporality window of 1 year, or maybe 5 if you're like a Soviet, whatever, you know, but not the time scale we need to help, you know, global warming, right? And that is agri-logistics, right? And that is what's creating this kind of false and therefore violent distinction between us, what's on this side of it, which is us and our prosthetic devices like cows, right, and tools of other sorts of things like spades and computers or whatever, and stuff that's outside, right, like the non-human vertebrate biomass and everything else, right? Ignore the cats, right, because the cats actually helpfully showed up, you know, to eat the rats that ate the corn in the house that Jack built, you know, and they are the first ever example of some kind of weird alien-like species that defies this false boundary that we set up. So we constantly either deify them or we demonize them, you know, like witches or whatever, or, you know, different if you're an Egyptian, right? You worship, right? But so try to ignore them, right? Because they're the first ever, you know, like aliens. Why do they have cat's eyes? You know, it's because cats are aliens already, right? Like they're aliens within agri-logistics. They're an intraterrestrial aliens, right? As opposed to extraterrestrial, yeah. And so the point is, like, all life forms really exist in a kind of weird spectral way. There is no real actual boundary, you know. This thing that we call nature is actually inside agri-logistical space, and the fact that we see it as kind of nice and cyclic, right? We kind of influenced a little bit Earth systems for 12,000 years to a little bit stabilize because of this, right? And so, you know, the trouble is that that's a little bit like what happens to your brain before you have a stroke, right? Or it's also a little bit like what happens to the tectonic plates before they have an earthquake. It's really nice sinusoidal periodic cycling, you know, like the feudal idea of nature, you know, oh, the seasons going round and it's so nice because it's in a circle, and why can't we get back to that? Well, yeah, why can't we get back to this moment that's actually creating the conditions of possibility for having the stroke or the earthquake or the epileptic fit called global warming, right? Because the Anthropocene is where the data starts to go ping, like that. But the ping is actually caused by this periodicity that goes on for 10, 12,000 years, right? So nature causes the Anthropocene. Nature is the Anthropocene, right? Actually, that's the problem. It's not just a bad concept. It directly is the Anthropocene problem, right? So, you know, before we get into worrying about nature and culture, that's like a kind of CNN level, not you, but like CNN chat show level of kind of, I wonder, you know, does it come from nature? Both of those things are actually like falsely opposite things inside agri-logistical space.
Okay. Thank you, Tim.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much. We'll save further questions until the end, but thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you for your evocative talk, and also reminding us that this meeting takes place actually at the meeting point of the three tectonic plates, right? The Poetry Valley, the territory of non-human knowledge, that is a zoo, and this territory of the human knowledge production, that is university. So thank you. I am delighted to welcome Jae Rhim Lee, who is artist, designer, and inventor of the unorthodox practice that addresses the relationship between the mind, body, and the self, and the built and natural environment. Jae Rhim Lee is a TED Global Fellow. Also, she's a fellow of the Creative Capital project grant, and also she's founder and also principal of the infinity burial suit that proposes the strain of the specific mushroom that decomposes the body. So please join me in welcoming Jae Rhim Lee.
Okay, is that better? Great. Thank you so much to Gediminas and Nomeda and Tracy and Victoria and Taru. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here. Let's see. Got to do a little switch over here. So while I'm futzing with this, with the technology, with all due apologies to Timothy, we could engage in some eco-mimesis. I am part of nature, repeat in an ecological loop. That would set us up quite well for what I'm about to talk about, which is death and mushrooms and the relationship between the two. Let's see. So a few years ago, I heard that the National Funeral Directors Association was coming to Boston, and I lived in Boston. So I went to the convention, and I went not because I was shopping for a casket, because I thought I was going to die, but I went to get a better understanding of the funeral industry. So I put on my most conservative black outfit. I got an all-access press pass, and my first stop was a formaldehyde regulation workshop that was conducted by 2 funeral association lawyers. Formaldehyde is the chemical that's used to preserve dead bodies and then in a process called embalming. It's also used for animal specimens, right? And after I walked in, it took the funeral convention organizers a couple of minutes, just a couple of minutes, to figure out that I wasn't a funeral director. And I was escorted out by a public relations representative and a mortuary bouncer and told I was not allowed in there, despite my outfit, carefully chosen, and my all-access press pass. And before I can tell you why that happened, I'd like to tell you a little bit about the American funeral industry and why formaldehyde embalming is so important enough to warrant my getting kicked out of this workshop. And I'm focusing specifically on the American funeral industry because it presents such a compelling, extreme, fucked up example of how we deal with death across the world. So in the 1860s, the US was in the middle of a civil war, and this was the war between the states, the North and the South, the war over the right to have slaves, essentially. And for the first time in US history, dead soldiers had to be transported home over long distances after they died, right? So a method of preservation was needed, and to ensure that by the time the body got home to the family members, that it was still intact and able to be buried. So Dr. Thomas Holmes, who's called the father of American embalming, was hired to prepare these battlefield embalming stations like this one. So he ended up embalming more than 4,000 Union soldiers, so that's the North, for shipment back home. And he trained a number of others to do this procedure. And so that was the beginning of the modern American funeral industry. And back then, arsenic, which is rat poison, right, was the main ingredient in this embalming fluid. And this was standard practice until about 1910. And arsenic is actually still turning up in the drinking water and then the soil in these cemeteries today. So often way above acceptable drinking water levels. So it's still creating these kind of toxic situations for the living. So around that time, funerals across the world actually looked pretty similar. There was the body, there was a procession of mourners, there was either a simple shroud or a wooden casket, a simple wooden casket, and a religious leader who presided over the ceremonies. So then it seems natural that Americans at the time really disliked Thomas Holmes's method of embalming and preserving bodies. They thought it was unnatural. But all of this changed, all this public sentiment changed with Abraham Lincoln, who was the 16th president of the United States. And he's best known for for decreeing the Emancipation Proclamation, which freed the slaves and ended the Civil War. So Lincoln was assassinated in 1865. And his body also traveled by train for 13 days across 1,600 miles, or that's like 2,600 kilometers, from Washington, D.C. to the state of Illinois. And to facilitate this long distance travel, his body was embalmed multiple times, right, to inhibit decomposition. And his train made frequent stops in many cities. And with each stop, thousands of Americans saw his embalmed body. So before they were like, this is totally unnatural. And because they were seeing their president, right, in this state, it helped embalming and the new funeral industry to gain acceptance in the public. And in fact, embalming sort of became something to aspire to, right? It became something that the wealthy could participate in because it required paying for these services. And that created demand for the process. And so that's how the funeral industry was born, with this kind of emphasis on embalming bodies and preserving bodies and making them look alive. So, and for his part in founding the funeral industry, Lincoln is really revered by funeral directors. He's kind of worshipped by them. And this is a statue of him in one of the largest cemeteries in the U.S., in the Hollywood Hills in Los Angeles. And there's multiple statues. I've seen multiple statues of Lincoln in these large cemeteries. And so now in the U.S., the funeral industry is a $20 billion a year industry. And the embalming process that Dr. Holmes developed has spread and is used all over the world. So this is a little bit of the gruesome part of the talk. So in the U.S. today, when a person dies, the body is picked up really quickly. There's a sort of a mandate to pick up the body quickly, and it's transported to the funeral home, which is strategically named as a home, because the homes are meant to resemble the living rooms of the sort of the home parlors of the 1860s. And so in the past, the body was kept in the living room, in the parlor of the funeral home, of the home, and now it's kept in the funeral home. So after the body gets to the funeral home, it's drained of all the liquids, and it's pumped with this toxic formaldehyde embalming solution to slow decomposition. And in this kind of contemporary American funeral, preserving the body via embalming allows the body to be presented to the public, and it facilitates sort of the remainder of these kind of expensive services that are provided by funeral directors. And so it's a really critical piece of the income stream for the industry. And so after embalming, special effects makeup techniques are employed to make the corpse look alive. And the manipulation of the face is actually pretty intense. So cotton balls are put into the mouth to make it kind of full. Discs with spikes are put behind the eyeballs to kind of hold them in place, because otherwise they just kind of open. And stitches are put in like the mouth, between the mouth and the nose, to kind of hold everything together. And then like theatrical makeup is applied. And so depending on the state of the corpse and how the person died, materials like this wound filler are also used to kind of reconstruct the face. And so funeral directors claim all of this, that this entire process allows funeral directors to have what they call a positive memory picture of the dead person, so as being alive and not dead. And most of this sort of presentation and preservation activity is invisible and it's secretive, right? It takes place in these quasi-medical spaces, in the basements of funeral homes, and these spaces are kind of part specimen lab, part clinic, part dissection room. And the public is never allowed into these spaces to view the process, although it's not illegal to view an embalming. Funeral directors are really committed to not letting anybody see this process. So it's incredibly invisible thing that happens to, that most people undergo. So after the embalming takes place, the body is dressed and it's placed in a casket. And on the right, the image on the right are these caskets for children that they present at these funeral conventions. The casket is often sealed really tightly, and the quality of that, the tightness of that seal is often a selling point for funeral directors. And then the casket is usually placed inside another concrete box, and then it's buried. And that concrete container is not required by law, but cemeteries like to require it because it makes their landscaping cheaper and easier, so they can just kind of mow over the grass really simply. The average funeral in the U.S. costs between $7,000 and $15,000. That's kind of like up to 20,000 euros. And this does not include the kind of the land itself, which is sometimes like 5,000 or more, depending on the space. And And most of this money actually goes to paying for this elaborate presentation of the body, right? That begins with the formaldehyde, depends on the formaldehyde, and then sort of continues after that. And one other interesting part of this is that most of these decisions for what casket to get, whether to get embalmed or not, happen at a really vulnerable time for people, right? That you're in the middle of a grieving process and you have to make these decisions. And funeral directors often take advantage of that fact and upsell these really expensive caskets and telling mourners that, you know, the more expensive casket is more respectful. So you're going to buy the $20,000 casket versus the $200 plain casket. And these wooden caskets are often coated with these toxic varnishes that are made of non-renewable resources. So much so that casket manufacturers are often at the top of the list of the worst waste generators in the U.S. So all told in the U.S., about 827,000 gallons of cancer-causing embalming fluid are used. This is enough to fill 8 Olympic-sized swimming pools. So 1.6 million tons of reinforced concrete, 100,000 tons of steel, 2,700 tons of copper and bronze, and 30 million board feet of precious hardwoods. So with this kind of combination of the chemicals in the caskets and the toxic embalming fluid and the heavy use of non-renewable resources, a traditional American funeral is a highly toxic and energy-intensive event. So back to the reason why I got kicked out of that workshop. So it turns out that at that moment, funeral directors were panicking because formaldehyde embalming, the sort of the bread and butter of the industry, was being threatened. So I found out that the very next month after the convention, the National Cancer Institute in the US would issue a report that said embalmers and other funeral personnel have significantly higher rates of myeloid leukemia and other health problems because of their contact with this toxic formaldehyde. And this was obviously super bad news for the industry because it threatens their major revenue source. So then the purpose of this workshop that I was at to reassure funeral directors that the Funeral Directors Association was going to fight any kind of governmental formaldehyde regulation so that funeral directors could continue embalming despite the health risks, right? And formaldehyde at that time was still a suspected carcinogen, a cancer-causing agent. It was confirmed as a carcinogen later in 2011. And, I saw this situation as this kind of enormous lost opportunity for the funeral industry to develop some kind of self-awareness, right, and to begin making changes. And if you're doing something that's killing your own membership base, it's a good time to rethink some of your practices. And for me, the message was clear that by trying to preserve our dead bodies, that we deny death, we poison the living, we harm the environment, and we manipulate grieving families into overpaying for funeral costs. And getting kicked out of this workshop for me really highlighted the need for greater transparency and public engagement in funeral practices, and the need for this kind of radical, environmentally progressive funeral options to be developed that could really challenge our cultural death denial. So what are the alternatives to this kind of toxic burial? Well, this is an extreme, right? Cannibalism. Has anybody seen this movie, Soylent Green? It's this dystopian sci-fi movie starring that former gun lobbyist actor, Charlton Heston. And in this movie, the planet has been so depleted it's totally dystopian. The planet's been so depleted of all natural resources that fresh produce is nearly non-existent. And that dead bodies, sometimes that are the protesters, who are protesting the lack of food and resources, are turned into food wafers called Soylent Green in these crazy factories. And then these wafers are distributed to the public on a Tuesday, for instance. So the line from this movie is Soylent Green is people. And it's this kind of realization that this actor has at some point. So morals and taboos aside, as if this is the only reason why cannibalism is bad, cannibalism as a kind of a post-mortem disposition solution is actually quite problematic because our bodies are converters, they're filters, they're storehouses not only for energy and resources, but also for the toxins from industrial processes and materials that we come into contact with via the air, the soil, and the water, and our consumer goods. So these are the 261 potential toxins in our bodies that's measured and reported by the Centers for Disease Control in the U.S. And they have this program called the National Biomonitoring Program, which tests urine and blood samples from a really diverse sample of Americans. So they test for pesticides, preservatives, heavy metals like lead and mercury, dry cleaning chemicals, and industrial toxins, among other things. So a couple of really interesting highlights that I found from this research is that it's not surprising, right, is that Hispanic Americans in the US, who make up the majority of our farm workers, have the highest rates of pesticides, right, in their bodies. Also, 93% of Americans, this is the majority of Americans, have a chemical called bisphenol A in their body. It's BPA, if you've heard of it. It's a material hardener and a synthetic estrogen that's found in canned foods and in plastics, including water bottles, CDs, sports equipment, and DVDs. So the BPA mimics the body's own hormones. It's an endocrine disruptor, and it causes neurological and reproductive problems. And it's everywhere, right? 93% of Americans have it in their body. One way to view all of this is that, it is a byproduct, an unfortunate one, but nevertheless a byproduct of the fact that we live in the Anthropocene, which has this it has a twinge of environmental justice, right? That we are the polluters, and therefore the pollution re-enters our body. And it might be satisfying, except that, it has really extreme health consequences. So when we die, these toxins return to the environment, and in one way or another, sort of continuing the cycle of toxicity. And many think cremation, right, burning bodies, is this kind of eco-friendly way to die. And it's quickly becoming something that more and more people adopt across the world. I think something like 70% of Australians get cremated. Nearly 100% of Japanese people get cremated because burial plots are like $100,000. And in Finland and Norway, I think it's something like 36%. In Sweden, it's 70%. In Denmark, it's 76%. In the U.S., it's 43%, but it varies across the U.S. So in the South, in the American South, like in Mississippi, it's 15%. And then where I live in California, it's closer to 70%. So if you're cremated, all those toxins I mentioned are kind of released into the atmosphere. And one of the toxins is mercury, right? So 5,000 pounds of mercury from our tooth fillings alone are ejected into the atmosphere every year. And also, cremation is really energy intensive. So a single body being cremated uses an average of 5 kilowatt hours of energy. And that's about the amount of energy that a single person in a developed country would use in a whole month. It also releases tons of carbon dioxide because the temperatures have to get up to 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit or 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. In a different example, in the Parsi Zoroastrian tradition, dead bodies which are considered unclean are placed in these kind of high towers where the vultures feed on them. But in the recent years, all these vultures, the black vultures, have been dying, and scientists have figured out that it's due to this ubiquitous painkiller called that's used both in humans and in livestock. It's called diclofenac, and it's pretty ubiquitous. It's really similar to Advil or Tylenol, the way that we use it. And it turns out that this pharmaceutical is toxic to these vultures. So in order to protect the species, the practice of putting these bodies in these towers has been outlawed until it can be confirmed that diclofenac is no longer used. That's a long ways away because it's imagine, outlawing Advil or Tylenol in the US. That would take quite a bit of time. So and then at the far end of this kind of death denial spectrum, we have cryonics, which is the speculative belief that you can live forever by being frozen in liquid nitrogen and revived at a later date. You guys are laughing because a lot of people think that cryonics is a fringe practice, right? That only happens in sci-fi movies. But actually in high-tech and futurist circles where I live in Silicon Valley, cryonics is accepted and is desired by many, particularly those in the singularity movement, right? Although this is never explicitly communicated publicly by most of the technologists. So the singularity movement posits that this kind of exponential technological advancement will usher a time in the future when machine intelligence will surpass human intelligence, when humans and science and machines will merge, and humans will transcend our biology. So one proposed outcome of the singularity is that death itself will become obsolete via cryonics, and advances in nanotechnology will make advanced cell repair possible to be able to revive somebody from death. I call cryonics the church of nanotechnology because it really is a speculative technology as it relates to cryonics. It's unproven, and the gap between using nanotech as a cell repair tool and using it as a tool to revive the dead is this kind of enormous valley, right? And if you practice something in the hopes of living forever, it's a faith-based endeavor, and it's not a scientific one, although that's what they claim. And quite interestingly, a lot of scientists are involved in the singularity movement. Well, it was initiated and it's largely funded by Silicon Valley's most powerful and wealthy technocrats. So this includes Larry Page and Sergey Brin, who founded Google, Peter Thiel, who founded PayPal, Peter Diamandis, who is the founder of the X Prize Foundation and also a co-founder of the Singularity University, and Ray Kurzweil, who's an inventor and also a co-founder of the Singularity University. So Kurzweil actually publicly talks about his intention to revive his dead father by collecting all of his possessions. That somehow, this self is constituted by just a wealth of data, and that you can reconstitute somebody from downloaded data bits and possessions in DNA, that somehow that constitutes the self. Some of our actually most prominent scientists are also crionauts, and this includes Marvin Minsky from MIT, who's the father of artificial intelligence, and Eric Drexler, who is the leading figure in nanotechnology. And on the right is a letter supporting cryonics that was signed by 63 scientists, including Minsky and Drexler back, I think, in 2005. So then, sort of in the middle, we have the green burial movement, which is growing. And the green burial movement is about embalming-free burial. So there's no toxic chemicals. And the above is an image of a green burial plot that I went to in Mill Valley in California. So in a green burial, a body is typically wrapped in a shroud, or it's placed in a simple pine box, and it's buried without a gravestone. Sometimes GPS is used to locate the burial site. And like other green things, the green burial movement has this kind of uniform aesthetic. The colors are green, beige, and brown. There's this kind of wanton use of like leaves and trees or recycling arrows. There's acorn, there's baskets. And so all of this is like super pleasing to the like super avid recycler. But I think that the alternative methods that are available and the green burial movement are really a step in the right direction. I don't think that they're ultimately what is the best thing. And so I think that they have, because they all have sort of one or more of the following unsustainable characteristics. So one, they fail to address these toxins that I mentioned. Two, they expend high levels of energy to burn, freeze, or reheat materials to process the body. And three, they often require the use of land in perpetuity, right, at a time when land is becoming increasingly scarce in many places in the world. So I think that actually more options are needed. So the project that I've been developing, the Infinity Burial Project, began about 5 years ago as a provocation. And it began with the idea to create the infinity mushroom, which is a new hybrid mushroom that would decompose bodies, clean toxins, and deliver nutrients to plant roots, leaving clean compost. I learned it's actually nearly impossible to create a new hybrid mushroom. And I studied with mycologist Paul Stamets and learned that some of our tastiest edible mushrooms, you might be familiar with this, that these tasty edible mushrooms can clean environmental toxins in soil. So particularly oyster mushrooms, shiitake, and others. And Stamets is quite famous and known for his pioneering work in myco-reforestation, mycopesticides, and mycoremediation, where mushrooms are used to clean up toxic sites. So one recent example of his work is in using mushrooms to clean up oil spills. So there was an oil spill in the Bay Area a few years ago, and he had made these hair mats, right? Our hair is like incredibly good at absorbing oil. And so he made these hair mats and dragged them through the water to sort of absorb that oil, and then inoculated these hair mats with oyster mushrooms, so that the oyster mushrooms would both digest the hair mat and eat the petrochemicals that were absorbed by these mats. So based on Stamets' work, I thought, maybe I could train an army of toxin-cleaning edible mushrooms that would eat my body. So I began to collect what I shed or slough off, my hair, my skin, my nails, and I started to feed these to edible mushrooms. And as the mushrooms grew, I picked the best feeders to become infinity mushrooms. And I thought of it as a kind of imprinting and selective breeding process for the afterlife, so that when I die, the mushrooms will recognize my body and be able to eat it. Paul Stamets calls mushrooms the master decomposers of the planet and the interface organisms between life and death. And watching these mushrooms grow and digest my extraneous body parts, I imagine the mushroom as this kind of symbol of a new way of thinking about death and the relationship between my body and the environment. And it's an extreme symbol on the counter end, on the end of the continuum, right, of cryonics as death denial and this mushroom as kind of the far end of that, of the death acceptance. And I thought of cultivating the infinity mushroom as being more than just scientific experimentation or gardening or raising a pet. I thought of it as a vehicle for learning to accept death and taking responsibility for one's burden on the planet. Growing the mushroom is also part of a larger practice of humans actively cultivating decomposing organisms such as bacteria, fungi, and insects that's called decompoculture. And decompoculture is a concept that was developed by an entomologist, Timothy Miles. So these decomposing organisms break down waste and organic materials. They provide feed for animals. They create useful biochemicals like biomethane. And they also detoxify landscapes. Without them, our planet would be this kind of massive pile of trash. So they're incredibly important. So in contrast to agriculture, decompoculture represents this kind of human symbiosis with organisms. And as Timothy Miles suggests, decompoculture is actually equally important to agriculture on a planetary scale, as we need to then develop solutions to deal with our increasing waste. So the infinity mushroom I consider to be a subset of decompoculture that includes the cultivation of organisms that decompose and clean toxins in bodies. And the concept of decompoculture has actually kind of disappeared in culture. Like Timothy Miles somehow sort of published this one paper and then he just disappeared. And now I think he works as like a building supervisor somewhere in Toronto. So he's kind of disappeared. But I'm trying to bring back this concept into the mainstream. And these decomposing organisms can thrive on their own, but I think that the act of cultivating the organisms represents this kind of shift in our thinking and material relationship to the environment. We can think of all materials as a kind of component of the larger soil food web, including our bodies. Decompoculture also allows us to take this a step further by actively engaging with the recycling process, not just putting your recycling materials in the right bin, but cultivating these organisms yourself. One of the questions I get frequently asked is, are you creating a flesh-eating parasite that will eat me while I'm still alive? I get this asked so much, it's kind of ridiculous. The answer is obviously no. People also tell me my project reminds them of the movie Little Shop of Horrors, in which like there's this kind of enormous plant that feeds on human blood. I'll grant that the idea of an edible mushroom trained to digest corpses like really can hit a nerve with people. It's both horror-inducing and deeply discomforting. But I'd like to ask, why are we so unsettled by the concept of decompoculture when decomposition is not only an inevitable, but it's a necessity, right? Ecofeminist Val Plumwood survived, I think sometime in 2000, she survived 2 sequential crocodile attacks in the Australian bush. And she writes that horror is the wormy corpse, vampires sucking blood, and alien monsters eating humans. Horror and outrage usually greet stories of other species eating humans. Even being nibbled by leeches, sandflies, and mosquitoes can stir various levels of hysteria. So in this article, in her essay called Being Prey, she recounts how like the first thought that came into her mind as this crocodile was biting down on her leg was this, that I'm a human being, I am more than just food. And her explanation of this kind of base response was that it originates from our sense of hierarchy of the natural world. So she writes, this concept of human identity positions humans outside and above the food chain, not as part of the feast in a chain of reciprocity, but as external manipulators and masters of it. Animals can be our food, but we can never be their food. The idea of human prey threatens this dualistic vision of human mastery in which we humans manipulate nature from outside as predators but never prey. So in this kind of our totally anthropocentric view, the food chain is not that loop that we think it is. It's a path that flows in one direction into our mouths. So putting aside flesh-eating mushrooms for a minute, I'd like to tell you about this guy. Super cool. He's the 3-toed sloth, not the 2-toed sloth, which is so much less cooler, but the 3-toed sloth. So this guy has a really rigid and quite specialized pooping practice and schedule. He usually hangs out in the tree, but he descends periodically to take a shit on the ground. Even though he could drop an aerial log like birds, right, or the two-toed sloth that stays in the tree, never comes down. And he's actually much more vulnerable on the ground, right? So to prey and to other animals. And so why does he brave death just to take a shit? I wouldn't. I don't know if you would. Scientists have recently figured out why this happens. So the three-toed sloth grows lots of algae in its fur. And it eats this algae because it's highly nutritious and probably delicious. And so when he poops on the ground, he picks up moth larvae who hitch a ride in his fur. And these moth larvae also eat the algae and also die in his fur. And the algae and dead moths also feed beneficial bacteria and fungi that have, and the fungi have actually recently been shown to be active against malaria and cancer. So the sloth is kind of holding all of these beneficial bacteria and fungi in its fur along with this algae. And then when he dies, right, and when he goes down to the forest floor, those same bacteria that are like housed in his fur help to decompose it. So he's clearly has mastered this kind of the art of mutualism and the death poop nutrient cycle process. And unlike other species like the Silicon Valley technocrat, the three-toed sloth is not in death denial. He accepts that he's mortal, and he actively takes part or actually submits to the activities which promote this kind of mutualistic nutrient cycling. He's really cool, right? So in homage to the three-toed sloth, the initial plan for the infinity mushroom was to integrate it into a number of objects. So the first was a burial suit infused with mushroom spores, the mushroom death suit. So the suit is covered with this kind of crocheted netting that's embedded with mushroom spores. And the dendritic pattern that you see that resembles kind of tree branches, mimics the growth of the mushroom mycelia, which are kind of the equivalent of plant roots. And the suit is accompanied by an alternative embalming fluid, which is a liquid spore slurry. So instead of this toxic embalming fluid, you have these spores. So the idea is that, I lost it. Okay. So the idea is that one of the really amazing things about mushrooms is they're self-seeking. They can identify self, right? And if you separate and put mushroom mycelia at two ends of the maze, they will find each other using the fastest route. They've also replicated this with slime molds, that slime molds have this kind of intelligence that's somehow extracellular. And so with the suit, the mushroom mycelium would grow on the outside. The spores in the mycelia would grow inside the body via this alternative embalming fluid, and would grow towards each other, breaking down tissue and cleaning toxins along the way. And over the past few years, the prototypes of the suit have made a number of appearances. This is at a fashion show. And then in my vision of this kind of intergalactic techno-future, instead of being frozen via cryonics, I propose that we're all digested by mushrooms and turned into clean compost and fresh mushrooms in space. And this sounds a little bit far-fetched, right? But mushrooms are actually ideally suited for space travel because they require no light. Or very little light, and use proportionally fewer resources in space than plants, and many are medicinal, right? And they provide more protein and micronutrients than most of their plant counterparts. And in the early stages of this project, the production of this and cultivation of this mushroom took place in a portable DIY mushroom lab that traveled back and forth between Boston and Europe in this kind of portable lab. And so I had an autoclave, a glove box that has a laboratory-grade HEPA filter. I had sort of temperature control incubators and various lab tools that were all DIY. It was a really simple setup that I could fit in to these two airline-friendly boxes, and then it traveled with me back and forth. So the mushrooms were also integrated into this kind of larger decompoculture kit, which is a compilation of different bacteria and fungi and non-toxic chemicals that are involved in the decomposition and remediation process. And so elements of the kit were then contained in these individual capsules, which together formed a cocktail of decomposers. And here the capsules are embedded in this kind of nutrient-rich jelly, which is kind of a second skin, which would then dissolve pretty quickly and become baby food for the growing mushrooms. And the medium that I was using was this kind of ballistic gelatin, which is a material made from pigs, right, pig bones. And it's used to test bullets because it's actually really similar to human tissue. So it's a pretty cool skin material. And then using the decompoculture kit, I made a second burial suit that was composed of this ballistic gelatin in these capsules, and it was the decompoculture suit. And the idea for the kit in this suit is that they work in conjunction with the human microbiome, which is, the compendium of bacteria, fungi, sometimes viruses, and other organisms that coexist in our bodies and aid in the digestion process and immune system regulation and even brain function. And the microbiome, right, is normally kept in check by our immune system. But when we die, there's actually this kind of rapid change in the mix of microorganisms. It's pretty fascinating. So it turns out the same bacteria that you have in your gut that you may have had for breakfast in the morning via your yogurt, those same bacteria help you digest your food when you're living. But when you die, they begin to digest our body. So they kind of take over. So you actually contain all of the biological material that you need to decompose within your body. And these bacteria that are inside are actually joined by new bacteria that are carried by all these kind of like insects that swarm around you when you die. So as the bacteria inside your body and the bacteria that are coming from outside your body that work, they begin to release these gases. And at a certain stage of decomposition, that's called bloat, and it's the first and second image, the gases build up a little bit, and they build up more and more so that the body then erupts, and then all the goo inside this is pretty gross, it erupts and it sort of sends this out into the soil. And initially, this is like when your dog pees on the grass and the pee is like so strong that it burns the grass and it kills it, but actually when it rains, when the urine gets diluted, the grass is actually greener because the urine is actually an incredibly rich fertilizer. So this is the same thing that happens here, is that initially when this kind of pulse of nutrients erupts, it's so strong, the nitrogen content is so high that the surrounding soil is burned, and it appears that it's kind of more of a destructive disturbance, as you can see in this kind of, in the second and third image. And it looks like it's destructive. But it turns out that disturbance leads to the arrival of pioneer species like other insects and other mushrooms and other animals, and they're like kind of cast-offs like their birds, like their birds' feathers and other things. And it also leads to like a succession of plants. And so creating this kind of ecological succession replenishes the landscape with new species and nutrifies the soil. And mycorrhizal mushrooms, which are different from the infinity mushrooms, have kind of a special place in this process because they deliver the nutrients in the soil directly to plant roots. So what happens here is this kind of cadaver decomposition island model of dead bodies and the kind of interaction between the bodies and the surrounding soil. And so I think that when we're alive, our bodies actually immobilize the carbon and the nutrients that we have within, making them unavailable to the larger ecosystem until we die and decomposition occurs. So at that moment, when we're alive, we're kind of bottlenecks for these nutrients. And then when we die, we're able to release those. And this model for me is actually particularly exciting because it kind of moves beyond the kind of hippie green burial mantra of like returning to the earth and all that kind of like, I'm one with the earth, that kind of rhetoric. And it actually illuminates how actually that we as dead bodies, as rich nutrient sources, can serve a radical function as instigators of ecological succession, right? Of like creating new landscapes. So early in the project, I got a few people who wanted to donate their bodies to me to be eaten by mushrooms. And I started talking to these people, and what I learned is that, that we share this kind of common desire to understand and accept death and to minimize the impact of our death on the environment. And I also started to understand that if I wanted the infinity mushroom or the decompoculture kit or the suit to be adopted, this kind of larger psychological and cultural shift needed to happen, right? To counteract this kind of culture of preservation and this incredibly strong culture of death denial. So I formed the Decompoculture Society, whose members are called Decomponauts, versus, that's Ray Kurzweil, who's a cryonaut. Cryonauts seek immortality, psychonauts explore the unconscious mind, astronauts explore outer space, decomponauts seek death acceptance, and cultivate decomposing organisms. So we all share this kind of vision of a cultural shift from this culture of death denial and body preservation to one of decompoculture, like this kind of radical acceptance of death. And today, there are like over 850 decomponauts from all around the world. And the idea is that the decomponauts would be the early adopters, a community of like-minded folks and also users. And so far, we've hosted a few educational events. The first was a workshop on various postmortem options that was intended to give members a better understanding of different funeral options. We had presentations about different funeral options. This was Captain Brad White, who does burials at sea in Massachusetts. We also took a tour of the Dodge Chemical Company last year, or a few years ago, and it's the world's largest manufacturer of embalming fluids and funeral paraphernalia. It's located in Cambridge, Massachusetts, right near MIT, actually. And this is the area of the factory where they mix the chemicals and then bottle them for distribution. And they have these kind of like shelves and shelves of these embalming solutions that they've developed over time. I also host these decompoculture workshops where I teach others how to grow their own infinity mushrooms from their kind of hair and whatnot. These are just some images from those workshops. And then a few years ago, a kind of shift happened because I gave a TED Talk wearing the second mushroom death suit. I called them my ninja pajamas. And immediately after the talk was published, I started to get hundreds of messages from people who wanted to, from all around the world, from people who wanted to either buy the suit or donate their bodies to me as scientific subjects for the project. And so then I sort of started to begin to realize that ultimately the most widespread dissemination of the project and its impact would be through this kind of larger scale public adoption through the marketplace. And I developed another realization that would kind of supplant this one later, and we can get into that. So then at that point, I decided to try to re-engage the funeral industry, despite my earlier negative experience. And so last year, at the same convention that I was kicked out of, I won a design award and then was invited to present my work at their international convention. This was last October. And when I presented the project, the responses I received from funeral directors who were sort of coming from around the world ranged from saying, this is disgusting, right? That's kind of something I expected, to saying, this is the future of the funeral industry. And the design competition was really intended to introduce some much needed innovation into the funeral industry. It's one of the slowest industries to adopt any kind of innovation. Like there's absolutely been very little innovation except for the last few years. And so then I also began to develop these kind of new decompoculture-based burial containers that I could sell through the marketplace. And I envisioned this as like something that could be that could utilize all the maker spaces, right? They're made with laser cutters, and they can be flat packed, shipped, and so then it's easier to get them out in a rush. And I also collaborated with a group of MBA students at UT Austin to sort of analyze and understand the funeral industry, the marketplace, and see kind of where we can enter the market and disrupt it. And then in the middle, I was in the middle of like developing a marketing plan and a solid business plan, and working with industrial designers and scouting for investors. It's kind of weird activity for me. I learned about and went to this place. It's the Forensic Anthropology Research Center, which is in San Marcos, Texas at Texas State University. It's just 30 minutes south of Austin. And it's the largest, they call it the body farm. It's the largest one in the world. It sits on 300 acres of a working Texas ranch. So there's like cows and horses. And in the middle of this, you have this like body farm where they're studying dead bodies and teaching both law enforcement, police officers, and students about how to learn how to look and understand from dead bodies the time since death, right? So of course I was like, I'm gonna go to a workshop here. And unfortunately I can't show you any images because they're pretty gross. And on the first day, and I called it kind of Dead Body Summer Camp. And on the first day of Dead Body Summer Camp, we were presented with these two recently deceased dead bodies in the field. And it's, it's the middle of July, it's in Texas, it's really hot. And we began with this kind of entomology module, which was where we were learning to estimate the time of death by observing this kind of succession of insects in their life stages, including bees and ants and flies and maggots. And it was not unsurprising. It was not surprising to me that the policemen and the scientists were kind of like jockeying to be the one to handle and turn over the dead bodies and collect the insects underneath and that were like underneath and on the bodies. And then meanwhile, I'm like 10 feet back, and I was alternating between this kind of uncontrollable gagging and disgust, and also marveling at this kind of incredibly efficient recycling process, right? That these bodies had only been dead for a day, but they were like, I don't know, maybe like 30% decomposed because of the insects that were present. It was both, I think, breathtaking and also like totally overwhelming and disgusting. And one thing, if you're going to do this, one thing I will say about it is that this is some unsolicited advice: is don't go in the middle of July. Don't try to eat anything that has cheese or meat or any kind of combination of the two, because the texture and the taste is actually super similar. And that's the mistake I made. And then in stark contrast to these first few days at this workshop, on the last day of the workshop, we went into the back of the laboratory where they were receiving and processing bodies of illegal immigrants who had died trying to cross the U.S.-Mexico border. So this is one of very few processing facilities where they're tracking these bodies and then processing them. And so we stood there and we watched as these volunteers were removing the clothes and removing like wallets and other things in pockets and cataloging them and processing the bodies and then cleaning the bones. And so this was kind of this amazing contrast, right? Like the bodies in the field were donated willingly, right, in the name of science or rejection of the funeral industry, or kind of a need to be frugal and not pay for funeral services. There are a bunch of reasons why you might donate yourself. And then on the other hand, these bodies were here because of tragic circumstances, not by choice. And so it was actually surprising to me that a lot of us were crying, even the police officers, and that's something I didn't expect. And sort of watching and observing our reactions is kind of like this extreme from this kind of intense scientific interest where people are like, I want to touch the body, I want to be the one, to this kind of extreme compassion for this personal circumstance. For me, was kind of a turning point in the project. It was this kind of reminder of the need for compassion and this kind of high variability in both the circumstances of death and our responses to death, right? It was a reminder of basically humanity and of our vulnerability. So in 2005, the author and essayist David Foster Wallace gave a pretty poignant and amazing commencement speech to college graduates. And in this speech, he tells a parable about two young fish who swim by an older fish. And the older fish says, "How's the water, boys?" And one of the younger fish asks, "What's water?" And his point in telling this parable is to remind us that we go through life not paying attention to what's universal, the thing that's all around us, the thing we take for granted, the thing we don't see. And in my mind, that water that we're talking about is death. It's the fragility of human life, it's the inevitability of death, and it's our deeper needs when we are grieving or when we are confronting our own mortality because of illness. This is the work of Teresa Margolis, and the title is En el Aire. And it shows us that the water, right, literally and figuratively. So in the image on the left, the room is filled. So Teresa she worked in a morgue in Mexico. That was her job. And in the image on the left, the room is filled with the bubbles made with the wash water that's been sanitized from this morgue. So it's this like the body water. But it's been sanitized. And in the picture on the right is infusing that space with the air from the morgue. And I think it's also been sanitized. And so viewers, when they first interact with the bubbles, we're charmed, they're bubbles. And adults will let their children play with the bubbles. And then when they get to the text and they read the text and find out what the bubbles are from, where they're from, they recoil, they yank their children away, and they leave the space in disgust. And I think this happens, despite the fact that intellectually we know that the water we drink is the same water that's collected from the morgue, that's processed through the waste treatment facility back into our faucets. It's the same water. And she sanitized it in the same way. It's clean water. And one of the interesting things is that she's exhibited this work all over the world, and the responses don't actually vary that much from country to country. It's that, the response is that we don't want to be near or reminded of death in any capacity. So I think this is the water, right, that we're living in. This is another example of the water. So for the last 30 plus years, a body of pretty rigorous psychological research, it's spanning more than 300 studies from 12 countries, has been developed. It's called terror management theory, and it's based on the Pulitzer Prize-winning work of Ernest Becker, his book, The Denial of Death. And it's basically how we deal with the threat of death. So the theory goes a little bit like this. So we're constantly aware of our mortality, either consciously or unconsciously. And we deal with that threat and vulnerability and fear by building and shoring up our cultural belief systems, right? Our worldviews. And those things give us meaning and self-esteem. And the studies show that when death is consciously or unconsciously suggested, and psychologists are totally weird beings, they call this mortality salience. So when death is suggested via mortality salience, there's a cascade of psychological events that happens that serve to protect us from the terror of death. And then we cling to things that provide us with literal or symbolic immortality, things like religion and nationalism. We also then distance ourselves from things which remind us of our mortality, so in particular the body, right, which is this kind of constant reminder that we're mortal animals, that we urinate, we shit, we're hungry, we have sex, we die, and we decay. So in order to deal with that fear, the body then becomes this kind of vehicle for control, to assert what we think is our heroic vision of ourselves as symbols over the reality that we are physically no different from any other animal. So we're disgusted by our waste. We sanitize our waste in these ways. We develop systems to carry our waste away and out of sight. We control our bodies. We regulate our emotions. We deny death. This denial and distancing from our bodies also, I think, is a part of that water that David Foster Wallace speaks of. So there's one study in which Christians, after being reminded of death, evaluated other Christians more positively and Jewish people more negatively than Christians who were not reminded of death. So this is one way in which terror management plays out, is that you cling to these things that provide you meaning. This is also part of that water. So terror management theory is interesting because it plays out historically after Darwin released On the Origin of Species in 1859. This is also right around the time of the Civil War when Lincoln was assassinated. This is a more recent book called The Immortalization Commission, and he talks about the fact that Darwin and Darwinian theory created this kind of crisis of meaning for the Victorians. He writes, "Science had disclosed a world in which humans were no different from other animals in facing final oblivion when they died and eventual extinction as a species." In response to sort of Darwin, a lot of scholars and scientists at that time, called the God Builders, set out to deify humanity, to seek immortality, to deny death. They studied paranormal phenomena scientifically to try to prove the existence of life after death. So they held these seances and participated in this kind of automatic writing where spirits would communicate through them via this kind of via their writing. And again, these God builders were not just fringe hacks. They were like the eminent thinkers and philosophers of their time. So William James, who's one of the founders of modern psychology, George Eliot, Frederick Myers, Henry Sidgwick. And what's interesting about this group is that many of them had recently had a loved one die in childbirth or just a family member. So they all shared this kind of intense grief at that moment, right? And it becomes a little bit clear that these activities, right, the cross correspondences and the automatic writing were like a way of dealing with their loss rather than something that was like scientifically driven, right? And Darwin himself had lost a daughter at the time and participated in some of these like events. And this immortality seeking, we know that it didn't end with the Victorians, but it gained momentum with the Bolsheviks and continues today in this kind of Silicon Valley technocrat singularity movement. Again, this kind of need for meaning is like the water that Wallace speaks of. So over the past year, I've actually become somewhat frustrated and feeling like I needed new tools to engage the subject of death beyond sort of my process so far. So beyond artistic provocation, beyond journalistic inquiry, beyond psychological theories, and beyond kind of the business startup model that I was immersed in for a long time. And also, it really seemed like this kind of resurgence of innovation in the funeral industry, it looked like it filled as some kind of a superficial market need. But my suspicion is that it actually does not fulfill deeper psychological needs, deeper human needs related to this kind of fear of death and cultural death denial. And I think this gap will always be this kind of barrier to actual changes in how we deal with death in our culture. And so then I started to ask myself, what do we actually need for this kind of radical shift in our culture? What kind of tools do we actually need? And so this is it's a deceptively simple diagram that shows the process of what's called design thinking, which is a human-centered design process. And design thinking was developed by this guy, David Kelly, and his international design firm, IDEO. And David Kelly and Hasso Plattner, who's the CEO of the SAP, the German tech company, collaborated to establish the Institute of Design at Stanford, which is also called the D School, and it's my academic home at the moment. And so at the moment, I'm subjecting death in the project to kind of a one-year immersion in design thinking. And design thinking begins with and is rooted in this kind of developing a deeper empathy of human needs and motivations through empathy interviews and experiential immersion and observation and interaction processes. And then it proceeds as kind of the typical stages of design from prototyping and testing. And I won't go into kind of a full explanation of this, but I will say that I think most problem solvers live in these two steps, in the ideation and prototyping stage. And I see this a lot in engineers and also in artists, but also artists have obviously they have other things that they're adding and not just prototyping. And frankly, this was kind of my initial approach with a mushroom death suit. And where a good engineer might also add testing to it to see how people react. But if we could imagine this kind of a truly transdisciplinary way where we include all of these steps in the design process. And over the last 3 months, I've been engaging in this process, beginning with these deep empathy interviews with users from a range of different fields. So I'm working with a hospital chaplain who counsels bereaved families. I'm working with a surgeon who's also, whose mother died last year and who's teaching her 3-year-old daughter how to think about death differently. I'm working with a healthcare policy expert. I've been working with an estate planning lawyer. So people at different stages of this process. And we're going to be launching the product of this inquiry next June. So that's it. Yeah, thanks. Do we still have time for questions?
Yes, we do.
We can move on to.
Yes.
Sure.
Are there some questions for Jae Rhim? Thank you. No? Not yet?
One. I would have one.
You have one? Good.
I have like a technological question. Why mushrooms? I mean, we all know that microorganisms have been successfully used for decomposition for soil remediation, for remediation of waters. And I suppose you found that the efficiency of mushrooms is higher, so it's interesting how much. And maybe I've missed, but have you compared in time how much mushroom-induced decomposition is fastest if compared to the natural one?
I haven't done those quantified studies of the mushrooms, but the mushroom for me was both symbolic and kind of this technological tool, right? And that they're both these master decomposers and they remediate. And I don't know of a lot of other organisms that that have both functions, that serve both functions in nature. So they were kind of the ideal tool. Plus they're super cool. Yeah.
Is there another question? Yes.
Is it safe to have your body outside for a long period of time while the mushrooms are eating it in terms of the disease spreading? And my second question is that the funeral industry is also related very much with the religion practices. Did you have any contact with the religious communities, and what was their opinion about your project?
Yeah. So your first question, dead bodies are actually less harmful than living bodies, because dead bodies don't sneeze on you, they don't lick you, they don't interact with you unless you interact with them. So they're actually, except for Ebola, right? Ebola is this kind of special case, but generally dead bodies are safer than live bodies. So that's your first question. And then your second question was, sorry, remind me?
Religion.
Religion. I haven't looked at a lot of other, obviously like in the Parsi Zoroastrian tradition, the funeral method is closely linked to the religion. The American culture, it's actually totally delinked. There is this kind of illusion of religiosity in funeral practices, right? But in actuality, there isn't a real link. Because, Christianity says ashes to ashes. That's not what the funeral industry practices. The funeral industry practices preservation at all costs.
Okay, I think there will be other questions,
Okay.
and we'll hold them until the end. We're going to take a short break now for 20 minutes. There's some coffee outside. I'd just like to say thank you very much, Jae Rhim.
Yeah. Okay, you hear me? So we're continuing with the third and the last of today's presentation, and I'm really delighted to welcome Territorial Agency joint practice, Ann-Sofi Rönnskog and John Palmesino, scholars, researchers, and architects working at AA, Architecture Association London. John has been also member of Multiplicity Group, and that is actually a time when we first met during Document 11 exhibition in 2002. They've been also working at ETH in Zurich, and also they're members of the Architecture Research Group at the Goldsmiths College. So, please join me in welcoming Territorial Agency Ann-Sofi Rönnskog and John Palmesino. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this wonderful invitation to be here in such a massively collaborative project that you have going on. When we worked on the Anthropocene, we were told something very nice, that when you make a project in the Anthropocene, it's about collaboration. Otherwise, the project doesn't work. So I think you're making a great project. So the material we will show you today comes from a project called the Anthropocene Observatory. And also from researchers of Territorial Agency. The observatory is a collaboration with photographer and filmmaker Armin Linke and curator Anselm Franke. It's been going on for 2 years when we have exhibited it continuously at the House of World Cultures in Berlin. The observatory explores how we perceive the world and also how we give account on it. It works as some kind of a sensor. It detects and it produces data, but also some noise. So sensors always carry questions of noise, such as scale, reductions, and language. And noise is what keeps things going. So this project shows such noise that we have observed. And we have gone about this project very noisy period of the Anthropocene along two lines of investigation. One of which is through the world systems, which are basically the human footprints on the planet, human settlements, or economy, politics, and infrastructure. And this follows the analysis of Immanuel Wallerstein, who says that at this moment in time, we are in a system of wild oscillations. So it's a very noisy time. And the other side is through the Earth system, which is the science of Earth, the geosphere, the biosphere, the atmosphere, or maybe the zoosphere, as you say here. And in these two ways, we have observed a lot of noise through the detection and modeling of these systems. And the proposal we would like to make today is that the Anthropocene is actually the collision of these two systems, of world systems and the Earth system. And at that moment, territories are restructured. And these territories are restructuring out of the Cold War into the Warm War.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Ooh. From Cold War to Warm War, the ways through which the Anthropocene is to be conceived as a restructuring, reformulation, severing, recomposition of territories is linked to how the ways through which we conceive of a territory are somehow exiting the distinction between us and it. Us on one side, it, the territory, on the other side. We would like, on the contrary, to look into the complex formulations through which knowledge production of the sustained relations between human activities and what we might call a polity interact with material processes. So what we are trying to understand is the co-production, the co-transformation of that complex set of systems, the Earth system and the world system, at the different tipping points of their understanding, of their cultural framing, the intellectual and scientific condition. The Anthropocene Observatory started in conjunction with a big project conducted by the House of World Cultures, as Ann-Sofi has said, named very simply the Anthropocene Project. The Anthropocene Observatory in that project shaped the behind-the-scenes making of the Anthropocene concept through following a number of knowledge production systems in their complex everyday labor. And what we tried to understand was how the everyday working of that concept in international organizations, in labs of scientists, in the cabinets of philosophers, on the field, was at the same time reshaping the Earth system that it was investigating and starting to influence the world systems that it is linked to. So this is a diagram that somehow we like to somehow use in order to characterize the Anthropocene Observatory project. It's a diagram by Konstantinos Doxiadis, who was a very strange and ambiguous planner of the 20th century, very much linked to the right wing and the CIA in Greece. But he envisioned this very simple diagram, which somehow resonates and with the oscillations of Wallerstein. The more the system of our cohabitation, the planet, becomes unknown, the more we consider it somehow unstable, the more we try to produce certainties, somehow in order only to find out that we are yet again in another moment of uncertainty. The exit from the Holocene into the Anthropocene is one of these oscillation moments. It's one of these moments of uncertainty. The Anthropocene is a thesis put forward by Crutzen in 2000, but the complex ways through which it is analyzed and portrayed are probably best represented by this graph that was produced by one of his colleagues, Will Steffen. It basically shows the concentrations per million of an isotope of oxygen, the O18 isotope. And you see the concentrations are here marked in parts per million, and the age in thousands of years before the present on the x-axis, and the Holocene is that little, more or less stable part up there. No, it's like the head of the Loch Ness monster emerging from the dark conditions before that. The correlation between this isotope of oxygen and the mean temperature of the planet are well documented in science. We are now in a situation where the fluctuations are making us exit from that stable condition of the Holocene that has marked and characterized the last 11,000 years. The Anthropocene is many things, but it's mainly a thesis that the Earth system is entering a new phase. It's entering a new complex situation, a new complex dynamics, the particulars of which are unknown. The idea of an exit from the Holocene is also marked, of course, in this graph that is somehow the poster of the IPCC, the predictions and the forecasts of global warming, for instance, in the observation on the northern hemisphere, data on temperature, and seeing how models, complex models that are predicting this exit from that condition of more or less stability of the last 11,000 years. So this is the science of the Earth system. And somehow the interesting element is that this word, the Anthropocene, is causing many reverberations also across the world system. Somehow what we think political scientists, sociologists, culture, art deals with. Everything that is made by man is characterized very often by the notion of a world system. The idea to combine the two, to start looking at how the Earth systems and the world systems, with a plural, world systems, collide and co-participate in producing the Anthropocene, is probably indicated by this diagram by Kondratiev that is taken on by Immanuel Wallerstein through Fernand Braudel. This is a diagram that shows the prices of wheat across more than 2 centuries and the curves that underline the rise and fall of production. So on one side you see that immediate economic actions, that markers of social life, of human activities, are entrenched in system dynamics that are well beyond the possibility of control of individuals or groups or larger conditions. So the question is whether agency lies in the humans, in the Earth system, in the world systems, or whether new forms of agencies are being shaped and collided in different ways. The question underlying this is, of course, one also of time, of envisioning and conceptualizing time. Another classical image of the exit from the Holocene, the great acceleration, marked here by the diagrams on global energy consumption. From the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, the energy consumption worldwide has escalated and almost exponentially. The image of the hockey stick diagram is one that is coming again and again when you start inquiring into what scientists are telling us about the world. If we look at the distribution of sources in global energy consumption, we see biomass basically remaining more or less stable, coal increasing, oil rapidly growing after its industrial discovery at the beginning of the 20th century, gas, and at the end there's a little bit of the renewables. But what is probably more interesting for the discussion here is the percentage of that distribution. If we take 100% being at any moment the global production or global consumption of energy, we start seeing waves. We start seeing that we move very quickly from biomass usage into basically characterized by wood, into carbon, into oil and atom towards the renewables. These are characteristics of world systems that are indicated by the scientists and the economists as a condition of a tragedy of the commons. We tend to exploit all resources at once, and then we move on to the next one. And the hypothesis of the Anthropocene Observatory is that these transitions are undoing and redoing, they are tipping points of territorial structures. Each one of these transitions of energy, but they can also be other indicators, indicates a transition from one system of relating human activities and world material processes. We go from the wood economy of the city-states, small entities trying to govern themselves in very small polities, to the larger expansion of the coal economy that requires a polytechnical approach, new ways of thinking that relation, but also requires a parliamentary organization of cohabitation, requires the birth of nation states. And then you move into the atomic age and the necessities of inquiring not only in the scientific understanding of the exploitation of the atomic energy, but in the international system having to rise in order to regulate that system and the old system. Today we are in a tipping point. The renewables of globalization might engage us in rethinking what a political system of territories might be. So let's start with the Holocene. The Holocene is characterized by the fluvial erosions. Now, the melting of the ices of the big glaciation brings about erosion of the mountains and sedimentation. 11,000 years of more or less stable climate that leads to humans settling, inventing agriculture, inventing cities, and in this case, you see here a remote sensing analysis of what used to be called Mesopotamia, the Tigris and Euphrates river systems. Today, that fertile crescent is marked here in, you see in red, the reflectance of chlorophyll that we detect through Landsat data. It's marked by an image of desert. If you think of Iraq and Syria today, you don't think of a fertile land, you don't think of farmers, you don't think of irrigation systems and, say, fertilizers, you think of desert. The way through which the...
Wait, let's give a bit of orientation on that image, because we have the East Mediterranean on the left side, and we have the Turkish highlands up in the image, and down in this corner we have Baghdad and the two river systems.
This is a multi-year analysis that we've done. That means there are 3 images, 3 takes, overlapped one on top of the other. And then we count how much variation there is in the mean agricultural presence. In bright red, you see agriculture that has recently appeared. In the darker red, you see agriculture that has been present throughout the 30 years across which we've taken these samples. And in dark brown, you see agriculture that has disappeared. Let's look at details. Here you see in white a big reservoir, a dam built in the last 20 years. It has flooded a valley. You also see the big expansion of the GAP project, the Anatolian project to irrigate this part of the Turkish. But you also see an amazing thing. You see the distinction between the Turkish border and the Syrian border. The more you think of that system of erosion of the Holocene and contemporary practices of blocking the rivers, of dams and dikes, you start seeing that the contemporary version of that particular system is confronted with man-made structures. It's confronted with intensification of the agriculture in the north and rapid depletion in the south. This is, of course, to be overlapped with the big drought over the last 8 years, and you start seeing that the Syrian civil war becomes a very complex machinery of interaction between human system polities being unfolded and material processes of erosion, precipitation, distribution of water. The big dams are also, of course, there to produce electricity. And the more electricity you produce, the more you manage to have industry. And the more industry you have, the more economy there is. And so if you produce more electricity, as a politician, you might start seeing alliances with the people who will consume electricity towards your production. And there you start seeing the fraction between the contemporary alliances between the Assad regime and some of the farmers and some of the industrialists and the ISIS attempts to attack the dams in order to control the water, not only for as drinking system, but also for energy consumption. This is the image of Mount Sinjar, which apparently today has been liberated. There's in the news today that the Kurdish forces have managed to push ISIS forces away from the mount, that is that losange in the middle, and surrounded by that red losange, you start seeing very strange things happening in the desert. New agricultural systems being pushed away from the sedimentary areas of the floodplains of the Holocene, or the millenary inhabitation of, no, the birth of our civilization into the desert. Today the Holocene appears more and more eroded, pushed at its margins, reorganized in its structures. The Holocene, that space of a valley where the sedimentary flow and the big monsoons or the big rains manage to be governed by centralized governments, by big organizations that are structured around high bureaucracies, the civilizations of empires, of the rivers. You can think of China, you can think of the Nile, you can think of many of these big civilizations that have settled along valleys, has been the Holocene. Today that space is highly managed through construction of dams, electricity production, renewables, and that particular space of operation of agriculture is now no longer just marked by the smoke produced by the cairns to burn the clay to produce the bricks, but the smoke is appearing more and more as the extract from explosions. For instance, this is an image of the first airstrike of the US Air Force against ISIS on the dam. So the dam is becoming a site of contested relations, of violence. So the Anthropocene as a violent exit from the Holocene is what we are proposing here. From that moment of rapid urbanization processes that has somehow characterized the beginning of the Holocene into the next step, the next transition, the next tipping point, the birth of the modern capital world system. Not capitalistic, but capital world system, characterized by the rise of the city. No longer the space of agriculture, but the rapid rise of cities that somehow characterizes Europe, where the feudal system enters in a crisis of production because of a climate problem in the cold glacial age that characterizes the 13th, 14th century, and sees a rapid movement of urban population of Europe into cities to survive, and that rapid growth of cities is then transformed into a machinery that constantly needs to be fueled. And the fueling ends up severing, destroying the feudal system. So the rise of new classes of operation, the bourgeoisie, the merchants, the labor no longer in the fields but in the cities coincides with complete exploitation of the Holocene agricultural lands. This is an image of from 2 years ago. It's the burning of the forest in Sumatra, where land grab to produce palm oil for substituting the petroleum into somehow more sustainable and renewable forces has caused a massive fire and a plume of smoke that has covered the entire Southeast Asia for more than 2 months. This image of land grab coincides, of course, with this other image of the birth of the colony, the plantations as sign of that particular condition through which the world system of modernity, of the European world system that expands like a huge explosion into other world systems and transforms them through the creation of plantation monocultures, organization of land that are completely separated. the site of contemporary urbanization processes is marked in this analysis in its footprint. This is the recent development of China. Over the last 25 years, we've seen an explosion of China that is marked here in light blue, of course, with this analysis that combines, again, 3 remote sensing sets of data. So maybe, Ann-Sofi.
So when you read these images, one should read them as an image of transformation. So everything one sees in red is from 1990, and what everything is in green is 2000, and the most recent is in blue. So when we look at expansions in the Pearl River Delta, it is a vast majority in blue. So it's a very recent urban expansion of impervious surfaces as what is detected by the satellites. Hard surfaces.
What we are trying to achieve here is a way through which we can detect, measure, sense the transformations away from the Holocene. If the old cities were an idea of bringing together different human activities, different ideas of operating in the world, different knowledge productions, and in order to somehow maximize the effects of coexistence between humans, today the urban structures, the global territorial structures are undoing that system into a condition of compound segments that somehow separate and sever all kinds of human relations and specialized knowledge practices. And I think that a building like this one is the exact example of an attempt to, at one point, recognize a severance of culture, of knowledge production from other practices, and an attempt also to think that a monument like an architecture can bring those back. The organization of the Anthropocene Observatory is really then to go to these places, try to understand them, try to follow them in their making, and try to unfold their spatial condition. This is a field work that we conducted with Armin Linke in a place called El Ejido, which is in Almeida, in the south of Spain, and it's where the majority of your tomatoes and your salad comes from. It's a gigantic, singular farm that exists in the south of Spain, and it's a site of complete, controlled, intensified agriculture. These are workers from Lithuania, Poland, and Belarus laying out the sea of plastic and then spraying it with calcinate in order to somehow regulate the conditions of agriculture in that particular space. Controlled environments are not just for agricultural purposes, they are also the conditions through which the supercomputers of global climate change modeling operate. So if you just remember in El Ejido, the largest greenhouse in Europe, here you see the ventilation shafts of probably the most polluting building in Europe, which is the building that hosts a supercomputer that calculates climate change in Hamburg, and it pushes out all the heat into the atmosphere. So you start seeing that the conditions through which we think of knowledge production and the atmosphere and the relationship between the Earth system and the world system somehow are so tightly connotated. Everybody will be, of course, shocked by the fact that the supercomputer needs so much energy. But if you start imagining, every attempt of knowledge production produces that much energy and interferes with this very subject that you try to study. The point is that what we try to study is coexistent with everybody else. This is the biggest supercomputer in Europe for climate change, and this is actually the the automatized data retrieval system. So if you are a scientist that wants to investigate particular data sets on climate change, you can call them up and ask them to run a model for you, and that's how this robot will take data and run it. So they will give you data for free, actually, except that you have to run a computer that consumes the equivalent of a small town in energy every year, and you'll have to pay for that. The very idea of the inquiry into the Earth system is linked to an idea of the biosphere and ecology, an idea that somehow we all carry and cherish. And this is the first edition of the book La Biosphere, published by Vernadsky in Paris. Vernadsky was a very interesting character in the development of modernity, in the development of what turns out to be the tipping point away from the Holocene. Vernadsky was a geologist and scientist based in St. Petersburg. And his idea was that the more you know, the better you manage resources. And so he tried to convince the Tsar that he had to put in place new scientific academies, new conditions through which he would then somehow educate the bureaucracy of Tsarist Russia into somehow conduct their industrialization processes better. Vernadsky, of course, doesn't manage to convince the Tsar, but manages to convince Lenin and to do the same. And what happens is that a number of science centers, based on this idea that you have to live rationally with nature, is the way forward. Here we see Vernadsky together with Fersman, one of his pupils, at the Kola Science Center, the major one of these science centers produced by the Soviet Union, in order to better understand the relationship between the Earth system and the world system. In order to use this concept of the interaction between the biosphere, the geosphere, and the atmosphere, at the advantages of what Vernadsky would go on to call the noosphere, the sphere of ideas. The aim being that if we all engage with this noosphere and we all produce rationality, we'll manage to somehow be living in a completely different system. This is a series of photographs that somehow mark the beginning of our project that started in summer of 2012 when Ann-Sofi organized a visit to the Kola Peninsula, up in actually in the same geological shield that characterizes the place we are in, just the upper elements of the same tectonic plate. Here we see nickel, and here we see other conditions of industrialization. And here we see an industrial plant on top of a palladium mine, which is rather destroyed, abandoned. And this is the site of the major Cold War experiment in geology, which coincided with the simultaneous experiment to inquire into the history of the planet that was the project to go to the moon. At the same time as the Apollo project and the Luna project were trying to reach the stones of the moon, the Russians and the Americans were competing to go deep into the Earth. And this particular vertical sensor into the center, towards the center of the planet, was set up to better study the geosphere, the geological basis of our activities. And the more they went on, the more they discovered things, and this is the museum that they've left behind. So in this rather beautiful landscape that has been the center of many activations of the word ecology in the West, and the reactivation many times of the word ecology in the east of Europe, we see this gigantic probe that ends up being the deepest hole in the world, deeper than the Mariana Trench, and it's man-made. This is called the Kola Super Deep Borehole. This is actually the exhibition in the Kola Science Center in Apatite, a few hundred miles south of that.
And it is 12 kilometers, 262 meters deep. And it took 15 years of constant drilling.
This water is heavily, and 30 kilometers in length is the quarries and mines. And we produce blasted. And when we produce blasted up to 1,000 tons of blast materials every week, this blasting. And here in the central part of Hibini, here, we arranged two experimental blasts, nuclear blasts. In 1983, the two nuclear blasting was made in the central part of Hibini, and one blast and 400,000 tons of rock was destroyed. It's a world record. So when we produce blasting, we produce earthquakes. And this settlement sometimes have a possibility to be destroyed. So it's necessary to remove settlement from mines. We remove settlement, it's necessary to arrange roads. And so step by step, we develop our area from small mine, small settlement. And biggest in the world mines or in the mountains, and big and very convenient, very suitable for living settlement.
This is the geotechnician standing on top of what remains of the Kola Super Deep Hole, which actually was the moment when Russia bet the US in this quest to understanding the geology of the planet. We remember the fact that man stepped on the moon. We don't really understand how the geological specimens that they brought back has been deployed. It's actually all stored in one big building in Houston. The results of the Kola Super Deep Borehole are scattered in a number of locations across the Russian Confederation.
Наша экспедиция, польская сверхглубокая, могла сделать, если бы продолжали исследования дальнейшие, конечно, бы получили новые научные результаты. Но это судьба. Как я вам говорил уже, ничего не вечно под луной. Это, вот это я вам забыл сказать, высота нашей буровой от стола ротора 65 метров до звезды. Звезда у нас там была. Вот. Это мощное сооружение. Вот. Грузоподъемностью обычной где-то до 500 тонн. Могла эта сверхглубокая брать на себя всю колонну труб. А при затяжках они бывали, и аварии у нас были. Несколько аварий. Вот. Трубы рвались. Начинались аварийные работы. Вот. Что-то вытаскивали, что не смогли вытащить. Что делали? Уходили в сторону и забуривали новый ствол. Вот это у нас последний. А вообще у нас 5. Можете себе представить? 5 стволов. Значит так. 2 ствола 12-километровых. Один ствол 11-километровых. И еще 2 ствола 10-километровых. Это вот основные веточка. И они все вот там на глубине.
The filmmakers were being horrified by the fact that the mobile phone was left on. It's the only way that you can reach him. And of course, there's no signal so far out in the mine. And the Kola Peninsula is one of the sites in the Arctic and subarctic that are investigated enormously. The amount of investigations is probably unparalleled, and the only equivalent will be the Antarctica. There's a digital elevation model that is produced by actually the United States Geological Survey that indicates you very roughly the conditions of the topography that holds 97% of all minerals that are mined in the world. The conditions are very harsh. It's the site of the war between Finland and Russia. It used to be on the Finnish territory, and the particular way through which it was investigated somehow. And this is where probably the different knowledge production elements should come in. Somehow, art history will tell us that these two, actually these three images look very similar, even though they're not. Art historians would operate through similarity. Image makes image. Science operates in a different way. And this is already one of the distinctions that appears from the modern system. Anyway, the way through which we try to inquire into the Anthropocene Observatory is really trying to, on one side, re-historicize the tipping points of modernity, of what made the modern systems of territorial organizations and what it means to exit those modern means, and somehow go behind the scenes of those practices. The particular techniques that we use at Territorial Agency somehow resonate with their origin, their industrial origin. In mining, in measuring amounts of mass and distribution of materials in order to produce more and more economic results. This is a footage taken in Johannesburg in South Africa, and it's one of the mines right in the middle of the city that somehow divided the city of Johannesburg in the two sides. On one side the white, on the other side the black. The black were the miners, the white were the managers. And in between there's this gigantic series of artificial mountains that are just the extract, the heaps of what was not useful. And today they are being sprayed in order to extract the last parts of gold that is still possible to take out from these situations. And they are somehow a testament of our becoming more and more reliant on the mineral structures of our life. This is the British Geological Survey in Britain. Their repository of geological samples is the largest in the world and also the longer lasting in the world. And they basically contain more than 2,000 kilometers of sediments. And this our friend Jan Zalasiewicz, who's a geologist, and he's also the convener of the Anthropocene Working Group. The Anthropocene Working Group is a group of scientists and coming from both the humanities and the natural sciences that inquires into the concept of the Anthropocene and prepares documents for the actual formalization of the Anthropocene as in the geological timescale to the International Stratigraphic Commission.
It's hard for me to grasp all of this because I've only worked on fragments. You know, I've taken a fragment which has been, let's say, East Anglia, and even that is the southeast fragment of East Anglia. And in this store around here, there will be boreholes, which I have seen drilled and I have sampled, which contain sands and shells and clays and mud rocks. which have been looked at partly by myself and my field geology colleagues. So we have gone through this kind of material centimetre by centimetre to look at the different layers of the sand and the clay in there. And then those will have been sampled by colleagues of ours who specialise in the shells, or let's say sometimes fish bones, for instance, or they've taken them and have extracted very tiny microfossils out of those, things smaller than the head of the pin, but nonetheless, which tell you something about the age and the climate, and let's say the depth of the water in which those deposits accumulated. And each of those is a little fragment of history. Each borehole in there goes down through strata. Now each stratum is a sea floor at one time. And that sea floor might have been then covered by another layer of sediment, so it becomes a new sea floor with new sets of plants and animals living on it. And so on, and so on. And so it goes. You have these tiny fragments of history which you put together to make progressively larger histories. And it's all here. You know, it really is all.
The project went really behind the scenes. We spent almost a week with Yannis' colleagues at the BGS. Then we followed a number of thinkers. We went to the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, tried to understand how they distribute the actual documents, how many photocopy machines do they need, how do they actually go from having 5,000 articles that are summed up into one article that goes into one book that is 1,000 pages, that then is summarized in 100 pages, that then is distributed to every single government of the planet, to the prime ministers that also require maybe a one-page policy summary. And that particular condition of the mechanics of contemporary making of science, of humanity, of governing, of the exiting in a almost quiet way from the Holocene into the Holocene, is then of course marked by the work of a philosopher like Bruno Latour that we met in Edinburgh during his Gifford lectures in political theology.
So we are surprised. We are in the same situation. I think there are lots of connections with the 16th century. But it's not, of course, a fabulous expansion of a land, of a new land. It's not a discovery of a new land in intensity, in expansion. It's in intensity, in activity, in agency. You see what I mean? It's the equivalent of a great discovery, but it's not, we now have a whole continent that we didn't know how to handle. It's first, we have no other continent. We never go to space. That's another thing which has completely disappeared. We'll never go out of space. When I was a kid, we wanted to get out of space. No one believed that anymore. I mean, you can still do a few things with 5 people going to Mars or whatever, but I mean, no one, it's not the same feeling that you would actually move through space. So space has disappeared. We are sublunar. It is a completely new situation. And yet, the great discovery is that this is a new Earth in intensity, not in extension. So suddenly it has agencies. After having spent 3 centuries denying agency to the Earth, I mean to the object, and making it build of matters of fact, and dry and middle-sized goods, suddenly the Earth is back with agencies. Not as one, but full of agencies. And that's probably why we are lost, because we are suddenly, when you think of the energy spent to deanimate the world, I mean, all of this philosophical movement things, Descartes, Kant, the whole, what is passed in this country as philosophy, analytical philosophy, all of that to make sure that we don't confuse
150, 140, 150, 130, 110, 100, going down.
Sorry, that was a clip that didn't show up. Today, the negotiations around that Earth in intensity happen in venues like this. This is an image, of course, taken behind the scenes at COP15 in Copenhagen. We just came out last week from COP20 in Lima, the Conference of Parties. That is, all the signatories of the Kyoto Protocol and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. The image somehow contrasts with the image of the beginning of the COPs in Rio, where everybody was somehow still in the Cold War attitude of state rationality, no? And everybody somehow being very cautious of their counterparts. The relationship between science and authority is shifting very quickly. If you think of the very motto of the Royal Society, Nullia in verba, don't take anybody's word for granted. There's nothing in words. And imagine how that was a moment of criticality, of thinking science as a critical movement against authority, against knowledge of the church, of course, Galileo, and against. Today, science is demanded for its practical achievements to produce more and more. And the governments are asking scientists to stop their criticality and be effective. Give me results now. Give me a timeline. Give me exactly how much money you need. And there's a beautiful text by Keeling, the scientist who discovered the correlation between CO2 concentration in the atmosphere and global warming, that somehow cries out for possibility of conducting science instead of becoming a monster of administration. The Cold War saw a moment of exchange around science that was the formation of a fantastic institute called the International Institute of Applied Systems Analysis, IASA, which is where the Soviet and the West world systems somehow started sharing information about the effects of the nuclear conflagration. And one of the outcomes of that institute was the study on the nuclear winter. It was conducted, among others, by a scientist called Paul Crutzen, who then goes on and becomes the hero of the 20th century by discovering the correlation between CFC gases and the ozone layer, and in 2000 ends the millennium with this uttering of the word Anthropocene. The IASA is hosted in the palace of the Emperor Franz Josef, and this is Pavel Kabat, the director. Is that working? Oh, not working. Sorry. Oh, it doesn't play. Don't know why it's not playing. Sorry about this. Yeah. Pity about that. I skipped Kabat. This is the opening of the 5th assessment report of the International Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in Geneva. Tapestry being unveiled.
In the context of the United Nations, clearly we also have the challenge that following the release of AR4 and some of the debates around some elements of the report, but also the broader political setting, it was not only characterized by the financial and economic crisis that has, in a sense, preoccupied so many countries in the last few years, but also by the question of how will further science further accelerate the confidence, the momentum, and the willingness of countries to step beyond the current comfort zone of agreeing international actions to respond to that scientific evidence. Florine, to my right, is representing the process within which governments are negotiating that. We in the WO and in UNEP, I think, represent within the United Nations system two very important platforms on which the continuous...
We really try to enter places that we are not allowed to. It took sometimes 2 years to get permission to talk to a person that we actually met many times, but the moment that we had to be on camera, you have to go through the entire apparatus of state and international organizations, say, media correspondents that will tell you, no, please, but while the person that you're trying to reach is very open. And so the project started really as a set of documentary practices, investigating other documentary practices about the state of the world. So the idea is that the Anthropocene Observatory is no longer a condition. No, to observe the Anthropocene is no longer possible just to be outside, and not even possible to somehow rely on the frames and the entire theory, or say, of documentary practice about framing that somehow characterize the notion of the victim and the perpetrator in documentary practices in the 20th century, and I would say in the Holocene. So what we started doing was trying to intervene directly, to bring together actors, see how different circuits could link in knowledge production, see how you can bring a scientist together with a philosopher, how you can see even the collaborative aspect of the project, architects together with a curator, Anselm Franke, with a filmmaker like Armin Link and his team of photographers and filmmakers. So what we did at some point was to understand that we could not just film discourses being thrown at us through the propaganda of somehow the neoliberal advent of what the Germans call the Energiewende, the transit into the renewables. So we organized a blind date, a little in vitro experiment. And here you see again, Bruno Latour with his tie, and the lady in green is Christiana Figueres, and she is the Under-Secretary General of the United Nations. She's number 2 in the United Nations, and she's in charge of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. We organized a meeting between the two of them. They had never met, and the meeting was about negotiations and different conditions through which negotiations are no longer aimed at finding stable conditions of coexistence, but rather demand an exit from everybody's practices in order to understand the other practice and the other knowledges and what is at stake. Oh, no, don't tell me that that doesn't work. There's a problem with the film. Just a second. Get there. Sorry about this. There's a glitch. It will take 2 seconds. Just a second. Oh, gosh.
I wouldn't doubt that the United Nations will evolve over the next 20 to 25 years because it will need to do so to be able to still shepherd these new level of responsibilities that are coming on our plate now. Having said that, I firmly believe that because of the urgency of climate change, it has to be addressed by the institution that we have right now, which is the institution of the United Nations. Imperfect as it is, and complicated and insufficient solutions as have come out of it. But we actually do not have the luxury of time to wait for the evolution of the United Nations, which would take 20, 25, 30 years, and then to be able to use a stronger, more planetary focused institution for a planetary problem. Because 20 to 30 years from now, it'll be too late. I actually think it's the other way around. I actually think because we're using this institution as it is now, created for something completely different, right? It was not created for planetary solutions. It was not created for that. But we're using that because that is the best that we have right now. And by using that for these planetary solutions, that will be...
Okay. The possibilities are really for us to engage in collaborative projects to see whether the very short word Anthropocene is going to shake knowledge circuits even more than it is, and to understand how it is a condition through which agency is being reversed onto us. We are becoming more and more the background. Thank you.
The thing that things that don't fit in another place, I think, is what we mean by noise more than anything. So whatever scientific model we've come across and they've told us about, there's always huge amounts of errors in them. I think it's that direction we mean by noise.
Yeah, but the idea of sounding has been very central for us. Apart from the fact that there's a musical component to the installations, this is a series of excerpts of films that actually exist in installation format. Now, they're very complex installations, and there's a musical aspect to them and also a scenographic aspect to them. But more than that, I think the idea of noise is really an idea of a sensor. What is a sensor is something that measures noise, and then we try to understand what is noise and what is information. And that particular notion of a mixture between a technological, sensorial condition of sounding, the Anthropocene is what is at the center for us. You have to put on beneath.
Sorry, could I ask you, in a way the answer is in your presentation, but I'll ask it nevertheless. You're using visual research and visual analysis methods. And what do you think the advantages of those methods are over other methods?
Oh, advantages. I don't know if it's an advantage. I think actually we are highly handicapped because we are architects. No? We're like St. Thomas, that we want to see things, otherwise we don't believe. But there was that moment where I tried to show you things that look the same. One was a microscopic image of a crystal, and the other one was a satellite image of a continent. And I'm particularly interested in the gap, the logical gap between those two images. And on one side, it's quite okay to put them together in art. And they make a lot of sense. And they do make sense. For a scientist, that connection doesn't make any sense whatsoever, and it's dismissed. So the insistence of putting them together for us was important, because there's a very clear rationality in that. In the same way as, and this is probably another part of the project that we can discuss maybe over a beer, there's a connection between the idea of a new science in Giambattista Vico, who has to explain mythology in order to understand science, not just dismiss mythology. And the title of our last installment is called The Dark Abyss of Time, which is somehow also the title of a book by Paolo Rossi on the contested history of geology as the science of planetary history. And what comes out of that amazing little book is that geology is the outcome of a border, of the making of a border between humanities and science. Before geology, which starts basically in the 17th century, there's no such distinction. After that, there is. Somehow, the Anthropocene could be a way through which we get rid of that distinction, which is somehow blocking us. And that's why we politically really push for the imaginary aspect as well.
Could I ask Tim and Jae Rhim and Gediminas to join us, and perhaps we can have some more discussion and questions. So perhaps I should begin by giving you a chance to ask each other questions, if you have some.
Yeah, can we do this again? And again, and again. And how cool is this new phrase that you taught me? That's so Holocene, exclamation mark. Kind of that, right.
Actually, I wanted really to thank bringing this border question, because, well, perhaps I will repeat myself, but the site, that we the site that we chose for discussing, for starting the lecture series and discussing the zoetics, which is also invention. And as you can see, it also operates on the borderline between the two bodies, right? So that is really essential, right? And what is also interesting for me that resonates with the idea of art, as not really a kind of sphere of knowledge production, but as something that breaks through these boundaries, breaks through what constructs the knowledge, basically breaks through the knowledge, right? So for me, it is interesting these vehicles, that are kind of, supporting that movement, breaking through the knowledge.
Can I say something silly about that? Yeah, okay. Well, according to me, and probably nobody else, there's about 3 other people in the world who think this. Okay, so in general, in kind of university world, you're told all the time that, science is about reality and we're all about appearance, and we all know that appearance is just candy, like I'm saying, so we're in a bad position there. And I appreciate the political act of trying to get, appearance back on the menu, but I think also this moment causes us to realize what's the truth, about the kind of Kantian Humean science age that we're actually in. We are in that, because that's also the beginning of the Anthropocene, is the beginning of the modern way of thinking about science, right? Which is that we don't actually have cause and effect, right? They're kind of unreal. We posit that, right? Like what we have is data. Right, we have data, right? When you feel the raindrop, what that is raindrop data. You don't have the actual raindrop, right? And global warming data, it's so big, you can't ignore the fact, wow, this huge big pile of data, which causes some people to go into denial, precisely because they're partying like it's 1759 and they didn't even read Hume, because they want there to be cause and effect, that they can see and touch, right? That's what you can't do, right? So in an amazing, weird way, science is in charge of appearance, actually. They study appearance. They're duty-bound, sworn never to talk about things, right? They say, look, we do data, right? So when they have the news conference about the global warming, they can easily be pushed by denial, right? Which says, but, it snowed in Boise, Idaho last week, right? And they're like, well, we just have data. We're 95% sure, right? Which is actually better than saying, there is global warming, or I'm going to send you to the Inquisition, but nobody really knows that. So they're in charge of appearance, but actually in arts and humanities, we're in charge of reality, funnily enough. We're in charge of the unspeakable futurality of the thing. Yeah, that's what we insist on, funnily enough. It's the opposite way round, right? And I think that like Anthropocene kind of university culture needs to get aware of that. We talk about things. Science talks about appearance, funnily enough. So there.
Are there some questions from the audience or a response to that?
Like your work on death, right? You can't see or touch death, but it's real, right?
Nobody wants to touch it. Nobody wants to touch it, but I imagine you could.
But what you're touching is appearance, like your rotting corpse or memory or the actual death, right? This is just basic existential whatever, right? Like when I'm dead, you don't see me dead. You see the corpse, and you have memories of me, and you have like the waste paper basket is full of stuff of me, right? All the stuff that Kurzweil wants to get, right, and kind of reassemble, reconstitute. But that's kind of ignoring the future or the reality of the thing, which is me dead, right? Death is kind of the future, right? Sort of obviously, right? But it's not just the future, like predictable, like I'm going to die in whatever year the actuary tells me because I whatever smoke and whatever, It's also this kind of radically unpredictable, future. So we talk about that. That's the thing, right? We talk about reality, right? Science talks about data.
Did you want to respond?
I don't know about the reality, but the data side. There is no such thing as data about climate change. There is models of climate change. And the only way through which you can understand measurements about climate change are a global, interconnected systems of sensors and computers and science. But the data is not there. No, you measure the temperature, the humidity, the wind. You don't measure climate. So the conditions through which what Paul Edwards calls the vast machine operates in science is what interests our project in trying to understand the very complex circuits of construction of that knowledge. And we are architects, and architecture is a constructive practice. You make up things, and that is, I think, the condition through which maybe this notion of the future and versus data and the contested war on what reality might constitute could be shifted towards a inquiry into the moments into which those contested elements are fought. Where is that debate being carried out? How is it laid out? Is it in this room with green and blue and black chairs? Is it in a pub? Is it in a government? Where and how is it constructed, articulated? What is its material basis and so on? That is somehow our entry point into this discussion, and I think it's probably an issue of interior design more than anything else, where you put the furniture, or how do you recompose those discussions, how do you interrupt them, how do you amplify the sound and so on. So we were interested in the loudspeakers as much as the voice being uttered. That's the thing that I wanted to add maybe to the presentation.
I can just quick question, maybe a comment to both of you, that I think this sort of started to, John's response here started to kind of address as well. I find this sort of, both of you are kind of just laying out here actually a kind of scenario again of arts and humanities versus science. And this is of course, the kind of core of the problem that we're facing here. And also trying to articulate that turned around, like this sort of appearance things. Binary actually just articulates actually the kind of the oppositional structure and dualism, rather than actually undoes it. Yeah. And I'm wondering, is this sort of way of focusing on processes of production, for example, is there a way of focusing on those gaps of intervention, of different ways of how do we break that? How do we break out of that?
There's, probably you could say that the split, between, I work on a campus where science is literally on that side of campus is engineering, right, that gets all the money, and then there's my side, right, which is the humanities, right, and that's so Holocene. Now I can say that, right. And the whole point is that all of us, we make toys, right. I make toy worlds, right, and we make interpretations of poems which are never finished. They're always fragile, contingent. They're not perfect, right? You can't have one, right? They make toys, right? They make toy model, prototype things. And these, a toy is a kind of intrinsically broken, fragile thing that's like open to the future. Like, what are you gonna, are you gonna take Barbie's head off and put like Darth Vader on it and then connect it to some Lego, then I'm gonna make this little cat play with it, and like, it connects humans and non-humans toy, right? And I think that, like, one way that I go with that is that we begin to see now, like, to be a thing at all is to be a kind of toy, it's to have some kind of play, and to me play means violating, on a daily basis, the law of non-contradiction, which says that there's appearance over here and reality over here, funnily enough. Like, the thing that gives us, there's science over here and there's art over there, is also the thing that gives us, the sort of death drive machinery that I'm talking about, that we're all talking about. And so, one way to do that would be, just kind of see how appearance and reality are twisted together. There's this Norse word, urt. I really like this word. In Icelandic, you have it like, it means weird, right? It means twisted, in a loop, yeah? That's why I use the word weird all the time. It's a technical term to describe how, like in a Mobius strip, right? Appearance is actually not just glued onto a thing, but is the thing. You can't tell where the appearance stops and the reality starts, right? They're kind of intertwined intrinsically, right? And kind of we start to have to think that, One way that works out is that in global warming world, place wins. You know, this idea of place, like, it returns, you know, like we were all convinced ourselves in modernism and postmodernism that place just kind of dissolved and it was just space. But space is actually a human-friendly, very limited little box, you know, of linearity, as Einstein argues, you know, to describe, you know, a little tiny region of the universe where I want to, like, plow a field or, you know, use my computer, right? But actually space is Gaussian, right? It's non-Euclidean, right? It's not a box. And it also is a kind of aesthetic effect of objects. It comes out of things. It's not a box that contains, right? So funnily enough, that view is very similar to this, you know, global warming space, biosphere, is place, right? But not kind of comfy home place, uncanny, right? Place is uncanny. You know, like when you're about to arrive home, you sometimes feel really odd, like, am I actually there? Like you magnify Google Maps, when you're really close to your destination, you suddenly wonder whether you're actually there or not, right? So funnily enough, place is not this homely thing that I can feel at home, right? So now we find ourselves living in a multitude of nested concentric places, right? And that's the kind of, that's like the modern, you know, kind of genuinely modern eco-awareness feeling, kind of, this kind of uncanny feeling of being in a kind of shifting, you know, shifting zone, you know, of intensity or something like that.
I think we have a few minutes. Tim, I want to ask, so speaking about environmental aesthetics, there was a question earlier about the place of culture in the agri-logistic hyper system, right?
Wow.
So how could you kind of like position the role, or how could you choreograph, you know, the aesthetic mission in that sense?
Can I do this with Jae Rhim? Because we were talking about this earlier. Precisely, there's a way in which, like, what's the default, like, agri-logistical aesthetic mode? Tragedy, actually. Like, that's the kind of Greek kind of agricultural city-state kind of mode, right? The top level, right? And tragedy is basically a computation of agri-logistical awareness. You know, you guys said it so beautifully. The very tools that we use to analyze the problem have created the problem. You know, that's Oedipal, right? That's like, oh my God, my attempt to escape the web of fate with my intelligence was the web of fate, right? That's the structure of every tragedy. My attempt to achieve escape velocity from my embodiment has caused even greater embodiment, right? Like, we've now created this 100-year, 1,000-year thing called global warming, in precisely by trying to escape from our embodiment and become, you know, cryonauts. Kind of, it's all about cryonautics, really, you know. And Kurzweil says, you know, I don't accept death, you know, I'm going to try relentlessly to cheat death, you know, that's been going on for 12,000 years, right? That is death, right? Freudian, that's the death drive. The relentless denial of death is death, right? And literally it's death of, like, actual life forms, right? So we spoke to the death suit artist.
So, one, I'd like to reattribute that comment about tools to the actual author, Audre Lorde, right? When she talks about you can't use the master's tools to dismantle the house, the master's house. You can't use the master's tools to dismantle the master's house. I mean, there's something Oedipal about that too, but it's definitely attributed to Audre Lorde. What was the second part?
Oh.
I'm so jet-lagged, yeah.
Second part I didn't even say, but second part was, tragedy is so Holocene, so now we have to find comedy, actually. We have to find, because comedy is more like coexistence without any reason for it, right? And it's hard to laugh about global warming. We want to be like, oh, OMG, it's terrible. We want to go through the grief process, right? And find a way to laugh. Like, where do you find the joy in that? You know, that's the mission.
Now I remember what we were talking about.
Yeah.
So we were talking about these different, you were recalling these different stages that one goes through when thinking about death and getting to the place that you want to get to, which is, you called it love. Starting from grief and shame and disgust and working your way down to love. And I was talking about how the whole Elizabeth Kubler-Ross model of the stages of grief, right, has actually been debunked, and that we don't actually go through these stages in a linear order, that there's a loop that happens, right? You don't go from anger to, or denial to anger and then in that order, but that there's a different order, and that's, you know, that's specific to each individual. But then we were talking about what is a way to fast track yourself to another, this place that you want to get to, or you don't have to follow those stages necessarily. So.
Because love, joy, right? Love would be unconditional coexisting with at least one other thing that isn't me, right? Which could be like a pretty good default chemical for like ecological politics. How do you make that chemical, right? That we're all on that mission, you know. Personally, I think it's through the feeling of beauty, but that's just me.
Can I ask one thing? Yeah. I'm actually really curious about what you all are thinking. I mean, not that I know this defeats the purpose of a panel, but I'm super curious about how what kinds of connections you're making between the three presentations. Does anybody have any comments about that? Yeah.
I think there is a sense of like we have this need to get rid of rational subjects and somehow accept ourselves as objects among other objects or something like that. It's like economic culture or agri-logistics or these examples of the Anthropocene. And for me it's a big question that how to be at the same time try to somehow be rational or find new solutions to somehow find solutions for these great environmental problems. And at the same time think that maybe rationality is not the way, maybe there are some other things that we can do or how to be humans.
One tiny thing to that. The science and, you know, like the more you know about something, the more mysterious it gets, funnily enough. So the rationality and the feeling of being just another object among the objects is kind of, they're simultaneous. They don't fight each other at all. You can think as much as you like. I think your mind should be as rational and fast and like solution finding as possible, right? And it's so it's also about upgrading the notion of object. Actually, we need an object upgrade, you know, from the idea that object is like, you know, just this plastic thing I can do anything to, you know, to it has its own agency somehow, like you guys were saying.
The term Anthropocene, as I heard it today from your three presentations, like it deals with different subjects like nature, like you know, like not being a distinction between nature and culture. They come back of literary thinking into the discourse of sciences. The problem of decentralization of the subject, also in terms of this mushroom project, and also the shifting, you know, ways of knowledge production. And I was just wondering, these are all problems that were also discussed very actively throughout modernity, especially in terms of the question of overcoming the Enlightenment, you know, these like modern and postmodern debates. And I was just wondering if scientists, researchers, artists do any, you know, do they have a position or a variety of positions regarding this like Enlightenment problem? Or is it considered like a new discourse and it doesn't draw so much back in the history of thought? So that was basically my question.
if I understand the question, whether the contemporary unfolding of the Anthropocene thesis has connections to the Enlightenment. Yes. And as far as I can understand the discussions that I encounter, the distinctions that we operate with, for instance, between the biological origin of fossils, that is the basis of, say, geology, or the plastic origin of fossils, which is the basis through which we understand what, for instance, an idea of artistic agency still operates in many circuits, no? Originate right in the middle of the Enlightenment. The very notions of the scientific revolution and Enlightenment are very difficult to disentangle. So if your question is one of historicizing the current debate, I think that there's really a lot of work being done on many levels, and especially in those who are approaching this series of concepts in regards to a non-Eurocentric idea of modernity, against a distinction which is a sublime distinction between us and nature, against an idea of authorship linked to specific subjects, against notions of authority that are linked to conditions of empowerment. You can have authority without empowerment. And I think that in those discussions there's really maybe interesting materials to follow. And if you're particularly interested in those, I will highly recommend the reading of this little book called The Dark Abyss of Time by Paolo Rossi, who died unfortunately, but it's a book from the 70s, before anyone even had an understanding of the geography of the planet. So you'll find a lot of interesting points of departure for probably your research.
Can I? One tiny thing. I do truly believe this is a new moment. This is not a discussion within modernity anymore. Some of us haven't noticed. And precisely, ironically, it's the inner logic, of modernity that gives us these tools to see that, right? So, once upon a time, science might have had this myth of attached to it of, like Kant says in What is Enlightenment, like, you can exit your phenomenological being, You can achieve escape velocity from the fact that thoughts actually have a color and a flavor, and you're not wearing a leather jacket, puffy jacket sitting on a chair, you're a human, not a fish, But the more science you do, the more you realize actually you are a human, not a fish, and you're wearing this blue t-shirt, and you can't achieve escape velocity, right? Like, even if we go to Mars, because global warming destroyed Earth, we're still on Earth, phenomenologically, because we have to create the biosphere from nothing. That's an even worse problem than, like, making it nice again, for us here. So funnily enough, it's the same as your question. Like, right now, I'm calling it the age of asymmetry. We know more and more and more and more science, more understanding, and therefore also greater and greater and greater looming presence of non-me entities that I find sticking to me everywhere. Right? That's different. That's new. That's nothing to do with where we've been at. It's fun, but what it's like, funnily enough, it's different for us. It's different for white Western people. But it's basically like just Aboriginal awareness 101, right? It's just some kind of animism, ironically. We found ourselves backing into, some kind of animism without some like mad, mental, destructive concept of life getting in the way. I don't know what to call it. We're all undead. That's what I want to say.
Well, so okay, we take this last question.
Is there some kind of paucity in the language then that you're able to use? Because so often in all the talks we have to default to saying human, non-human.
Well, Do you mind if I do this a little bit? I am human, right? I am a human. I'm going to say this proud, you know. I'm not a fish, and I am directly responsible for global warming because I can understand it, actually. But I caused it. So every time I start the engine of my car, I don't mean to destroy Earth. And furthermore, statistically, I'm not. Starting the engine of my car is statistically meaningless, right? When I scale that up to billions of keys turning in billions of cars, billions of times, yes, right? So what's odd is, I find that I'm a human, but my human is something that I can't point to. Like I'm wearing glasses, right? Like phenomenologically, the glasses are the most distant thing in the room because I'm looking at you, so I can't attend to these glasses, right? Phenomenologically, the human species as this thing here, despite what the hell I think, you know, is the most distant thing in the universe, more distant than the black hole in the middle of Sagittarius A, right, which is the black hole at the middle of the galaxy. The humanness of me is really super distant. So we need a new, I don't even know if we need new vocabulary, but we need new, like, emotion, exploration of that. Well, we've got what we've got. We've got what we've got. I don't know if it's master, you see. I don't know. Yeah. Well, sure, but let's invent new words and, like, there's no problem, right? We don't have to, okay, here's another way to talk to you. Not you, right, but other people, right? There is a tactic, this is also an enlightenment tactic that is now old and doesn't work anymore. Cynical reason, right, where being right means I can see through you, right? What you're saying has a problem. And I'm going to identify the problem. In doing so, I'm the policeman in the argument sketch of Monty Python arresting the sketch for being whack. And then along comes an even more cynical policeman to arrest me. You know, and so this conversation can divulge into, oh my God, we're totally stuck and completely powerless, but totally smug and intelligently seeing how totally powerless we are, which is kind of an intellectual game we've been playing for 200 years. Smug and powerless game, you know. That's actually structurally impossible for the reasons already given. You can't exit anymore. There's no meta language. Now we know that. Once we just read it in Lacan, right? But now we know, right? You can't achieve escape velocity. Yeah, we know, you know, experientially, right? So there's no problem in a way. There's much less of a problem. It's more like, let's make some new toys, like Bruno's all about. Like, let's put some people together with some other people. Maybe those other people are bunny rabbits and hedgehogs and chunks of ice, I don't know, whatever. You know, we call them human, non-human, I don't know. And let's make a little club, you know, with this political agenda X, you know, and sort of see what happens. You know, let's have lots and lots and lots of different kind of political forms, you know. Let's play.
Great. On that note, I would like to really thank Ann-Sofi Rönnskog, J.Palmesino, Jae Rhim Lee, and Timothis Mortonas. Thank you all for coming to this last of the series. And